is to try to actually engage in strong, robust preventative action. If we do not focus on the massive acceleration of disinformation and terrorist content that is principally fueled by these technology companies, then we will be flat-footed in the face of a future attack. And people deserve so much more than that.
So you brought up a really interesting point that I wanted to come back to when you mentioned the issue of designation. So the tech companies and others went to the point of, well, we can't do it because there's not clear standards. So of course you identified a way around that, which was you, along with 40 of your colleagues, called in the State Department to designate certain organizations, white supremacist organizations, as foreign terrorist organizations. Can you tell us about how you came to that decision, and then get into RIM, who you mentioned a little bit before?
So the biggest myth about domestic terrorism in the United States of America is that it is domestic at all. The biggest myth about domestic terrorism in the United States of America is that it is domestic at all. If you look at every single locally based white nationalist extremist organization in the United States, whether it is the base, Atomwaffen, so on and so forth, they all have significant global connections. Now, then you juxtapose that with the fact that whether it's Canada, whether it's the UK, whether it is other EU nations, they are all at this point in time labeling white nationalist, far-right extremist organizations as domestic terrorist organizations. The United States, still to this day, has been unwilling to label any white nationalist organization, white extremist, far-right extremist organization as a foreign terrorist organization. It leaves you to believe that there's no excuse for this, but deep-seated underlying racism that is at the foundation of our counterterror policies. Beyond that, though, what's fascinating is, so we pushed in a bipartisan manner to get some of these organizations labeled. Didn't require any act of Congress, but we wanted to voice that it was the opinion of Congress that the State Department should do this. And the Trump administration, Nathan Sales, Ambassador Sales, who's here, led this team which did this, did end up labeling the Russian imperial movement as a specially designated terrorist group. Now, that's not as good as a foreign terrorist organization, because when you label an organization as a foreign terrorist organization, you then can charge those who support the organization, who interact with the organization, who recruit for the organization, with providing material support. It's a tremendous tool for law enforcement and for surveillance. But nonetheless, they did do something. The very next day, the social media companies acted. And they said, well, thank you, we'll do this, but we'll just do the bare minimum. Now, what's interesting about this situation is that that's a choice that they're making. If tomorrow, Facebook, Twitter, they can take every piece of content down from their platforms that they wanted. Every single one. The only reason why they would not do that is because that's a very bad business decision. They would not reject doing that out of an issue of morality. They're not taking morality into account. It's merely a profit margin decision. That's it. That's it. The unfortunate situation right now, though, is that nearly 1 year into the Biden administration, the Trump administration labeled one global white nationalist organization as a terrorist group. The Biden administration has not labeled any. And that is something that I sincerely hope changes.
Why? I mean, there have been calls since prior to the inauguration for the Biden administration to pick up the mantle. The work that Ambassador Sales did, that you and your colleagues pushed for to do that designation, came relatively late in the administration, but I don't think we want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. Why hasn't the Biden administration done anything?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Canada and other nations have recently even designated the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers. Those were entities that played a significant role in the January 6th insurrection. So, whether it's a overly blind allegiance to process and due diligence, whether it's fear for political backlash, or whether it's a sense that from a policy perspective they disagree. I don't know why they haven't, but I do know that they should, because it would significantly change the very essence of America's counterterrorism policies. You know, we, for the last 20 years, largely because many of the people affiliated with this conference today have built an extraordinary infrastructure to conduct global counterterrorism, intelligence sharing, and operations. This is a global threat. It requires a global response. All I am merely saying, the only thing I'm saying here, is that we should take that basic regime, that basic edifice, and apply it to the new terrorist threat that we face today. We should not have one set of policies, one set of tools for people without white skin, and another set of tools for people with white skin. That's all I'm saying.
How has, in your view, the current global pandemic impacted the use of the internet by violent extremists? What's been the effect?
So if there was a small business index in the United States of America, which there's not, over the course of the last 18 months, you would have seen that index go down over 50%. The only reason why, or one of the only reasons why the market has performed so significantly in the United States is because of 5 tech companies, right? Netflix, Amazon, Facebook being principal examples of that. And that is because people, again, you go back to what their business model is. The more time people are spending on their platforms, the more money they make, and more people have been spending much more time in front of their computer screens on their platforms over the course of the last 18 months. Again, considering the original sin built into this very industry, it is no surprise that at the very same time, there has been a causal impact on the spread of disinformation and conspiracy theories. And we have certainly seen that when it comes to faith in the vaccine. The notion of vaccines is nothing new. The notion of mandates for vaccines is nothing new. The Department of Defense today, previous to the COVID vaccine mandate, mandated 17 different vaccines. 17. No one was protesting it. No one was protesting it. And everybody, amidst all of this hyper-focus on COVID and the spread of disinformation about COVID, is actually missing the far larger, far scarier possibility here, which is that people become opposed to vaccines in general. I mean, it is not out of the question to see a resurgence of polio. Just think about that for a moment. And it is entirely linked to the spread of disinformation. That is not something that is just occurring in Republican or far right or conservative circles. We're seeing this on the left. We're seeing this amongst communities, underserved communities, communities of color, low-educated communities. It doesn't matter what it is. We're seeing it everywhere. And it is so much, the impact goes well beyond COVID, well beyond.
So with respect to that, I just want to link 2 thoughts together. The tech companies have seemed to move to pull down content of people that are spreading misinformation on the vaccines. Not fast enough, reasonable given the circumstances, or?
No, by no sense of the word has it been fast enough. By no sense of the word. You know, when you look at it, again, they were very slow to act on this problem. Very, very slow. It wasn't until really the administration called them to task that they even started to consider it. And again, it falls back into the very same trend that we are going through with these tech companies. They think that people who work in Washington, D.C. are idiots. They think that they don't understand their platform. Undergirding the tech culture is a deep belief in libertarianism, a belief that many of these people are engineers by trade, by their education. And when you're an engineer, what you're seeking to do at all times is greater efficiency. What you're seeking to do at all times is, how do I build a system that has less friction, not more? Government is exactly the opposite. It's exactly the opposite. Government is constantly considering not how do you make something more efficient, but how do we take into consideration the holistic public good, of which is messy. You can't necessarily just put that on a beautiful quad chart. You certainly can put that into an algorithm and automate it. And I do believe that tech culture finds that abhorrent and foreign. They don't want anything to do with it. They think it is a sign of substandard intelligence. So anytime that they interact with the public sector, whether it's in the EU, whether it's in the United States of America, whether it's in the Middle East, they will always come with a deep intellectual arrogance, and they will always come with a belief that if you just stepped aside, everything would be okay. And they're wrong. And they certainly did that with misinformation related to the vaccine.
Yeah, a major complaint from law enforcement has been their ability to access information from these tech companies, which is increasingly encrypted. And it's an understandable complaint, having served in law enforcement. Sure. You want the tools that you can have as accessible as possible. But is it a reasonable complaint from law enforcement to make to the tech companies, given where the technology is?
Again, our North Star here should be, what do we already do with less mature technologies? What do we do with wiretaps? Right, there's a regime, there's a set of statute that's already built out to say that under certain conditions, you will be able to grant access to this. Now, what the tech companies will say in response very naturally shows, well, if we build some type of opening for this for law enforcement to get into, well, then anyone else could get into it too. Now, you know this, I know this. They constantly lean back on that excuse and connect it to their unwillingness to do anything. To do anything. These are organizations, if you just look at Apple, they have spent hundreds of billions of dollars just on share buybacks. The tech sector as a whole, over the course of the last 10 years, over $1 trillion on stock buybacks alone. Yet they will not invest anything in a partnership with law enforcement to figure out some type of creative solution to this problem. That in and of itself tells you where their heart is. They're in fact moving in the opposite direction. They want to build out a bubble of encryption that never allows you to have from law enforcement, to have any access to anything whatsoever. They will even go so far as preventing access to a terrorist's cell phone after the incident, after the phone has been seized. We're dealing with a sector here that is not culturally aligned with a strong public sector. It's a libertarian culture at its core. It's an anti-institutionalist culture at its core. At its core. And the sooner that we realize that the more time we invest trying to be conciliatory, the more time that we invest trying to if they just understood us better, we are falling into the trap that they want us to be in, which is to just kick the can down the road.
And kicking that can down the road has some real potential national security consequences. I'm thinking about your most recent role serving as a senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense, and a big part of that was trying to get U.S. service members vaccinated.
Yep.
And we have seen pockets, not just in uniform service generally. 460 law enforcement officers this year died from COVID, single greatest cause of law enforcement deaths in the United States this year. A lot of it fueled by an unwillingness to be vaccinated.
Yeah.
I mean, so this effort is impacting the security at the local level, but also potentially at the national level, U.S. national security.
In every one of our lives, unless there's someone older here, or our adult lives, let's say, because this wasn't the case in World War II, The only thing that has taken down an aircraft carrier in the United States of America is COVID. It's the only thing that has taken down an aircraft carrier in the last 75 years or so. Tells you everything you need to know about the extent to which this is also a national security threat. The vast majority of the DoD officials who have tragically passed away from COVID have not been fully vaccinated. Now, yes, it's clear that online disinformation played a significant role in their unwillingness to get vaccinated. What we found, though, is that one of the best tactics, and I do believe this is also the case in the counterterrorism realm, one of the best tactics to push back against that misinformation found online is to take someone offline, is to engage with them from a trusted leader in the oldest school type of communication imaginable, which is face-to-face, and to do it repeatedly, to do it via different mechanisms, over and over and over again. That's how, you know, in the space previous to the mandate, the Department of Defense, amongst the active duty force, obtained a higher level of vaccination than the general American populace. And I do believe it was via innovative old school measures just like that. Not with a fancy video, not with a fancy tweet. You can't go to war with this, it's not an enemy, but with this entity, with this spread of disinformation, necessarily trying to use modern tactics.
We don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to keep asking you just two more questions, perhaps, unless somebody tells me not to. You've raised your right hand to swear an oath to protect the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic, several times in your life, to include as a member of Congress. Tell us about January 6th and the impact that that had for you as an American and as a member of that institution.
You know, the United States Capitol, to me, is holy land. It's sacred land. For so much, you know, America's still a young country. And for my entire life, and I'm deeply patriotic, there has been a sense that things were guaranteed. And as part of nature, as gravity or anything else, what we saw on January 6th is that our democracy, just like any democracy, is tenuous. Our system of government, just like any system of government, is tenuous. It needs to be nurtured, needs to be protected. But what we also saw on January 6th is that disinformation, the spread of propaganda, can very quickly fuel violence. The individuals that were chanting "Kill Pence" as they entered the Capitol, the individuals that desecrated a building that 1 month prior I had been walking as my office, as my workplace, the individuals that made people I love and I call not just friends, but in some instances family, run for their lives, who have caused them trauma that they're still living with, those individuals had been fueled with hate and anger as a consequence of the very platforms that we are talking about. After the election, algorithms were turned back on related to politics. After the election, our nation's leaders used this anger and this division and this civil strife not to push back against and try to unite this country, but rather to somehow seek to advance their own agenda and their own platform. And in the process, people lost their lives. And just as seriously in the process, we almost lost our democracy. And it's something that I personally will never forget.
I think I can speak on behalf of all of us that we appreciate your service to that democracy and look forward to whatever fight you'll be in next.
Absolutely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Max Rose.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Our next panel discussion is disinformation and conspiracies, assessing threats and risks online. So follows very well from the last conversation. Specifically, the session will consider the risks posed by disinformation and conspiracies in the online space and the potential offline impacts on social cohesion, politics, and security. This conversation will be moderated by Mike Isikoff, Chief Investigative Correspondent, Yahoo News. Mike, come on up.
Greetings. As was just explained, this is a panel on disinformation and conspiracies, assessing threats and risks online. And I am joined by Mark Owen Jones, an assistant professor in digital humanities at Hamad bin Khalifa University here in Qatar, and Zach Schwitzky, who is the founder and CEO of Limbic, which is a research firm that has done a lot of work in this area. I want to start out by citing a passage that was in the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee report that was released just last week about the efforts by the Trump White House to influence the Justice Department, to pressure the Justice Department to try to change the outcome of the 2020 election. And there's one passage in there where they disclose that on New Year's Day, 2021, Mark Meadows, who's the chief of staff to the President of the United States, emails a YouTube video to Jeff Rosen, who was then the acting Attorney General of the United States, asking him to investigate the content of this YouTube video. The YouTube video promoted a conspiracy theory known as Italygate, which postulated or claimed that a tech employee of an Italian aerospace firm had worked with the CIA to manipulate the voting systems in the United States during the November election to switch votes from Joe Biden to Donald Trump. Now, needless to say, there was not a shred of evidence to back up this bizarre conspiracy theory. But here it was being promoted by one of the most powerful individuals in the US government, the chief of staff to the President of the United States. I said on my podcast the other day that it sort of reminded me of the time that my then 11-year-old son showed me a YouTube video asserting that Australia did not exist. And I gently took him to the globe and showed him, yeah, Australia really is a thing. But I guess I want to just start out asking my two panelists here, what do we do about a world where one of the most powerful people in the country is buying in and spreading a crazy conspiracy theory on YouTube? And Mark, why don't you go first?
That's a good question. What do we do apart from, run for cover? But I think there's a number of issues that we need to do to tackle this. Firstly, people like the former President of the United States were never operating in a vacuum, right? The election of Trump comes on the back of the post-truth age. Now, there was narratives that were prevalent at the time about what the post-truth age meant. In the UK, for example, there was discussion about, amongst people on the right that were sick of experts, right? So this narrative that basically questioned those who had knowledge about science, scientists, educators, was something that was becoming widely accepted among the population. So when you have someone like Donald Trump who actually, indulges this sentiment by spreading false information, he's not preaching to a vacuum. He is finding a rapport with a large group of people who probably believe in the same kind of things. And I think on a very fundamental level, one of the previous panelists, Fatima, she mentioned the notion of critical thinking and the idea that in Nigeria, education had become a national security issue. And I do take issue with the idea of securitizing education. But at the same time, one of the fundamental things that drives people's willingness to believe or indulge such conspiracies and false news is a lack of critical and expansive thinking. So it really starts on a very primary level there. Having said that, I want to take the conversation as well onto notions of what role platforms play and what role things like...
No, we'll get to that, but it just is striking. Look, when you're the chief of staff to the President of the United States, you have access to, all the most sensitive intelligence that the United States government has in the world. And clearly, Mark Meadows chose to disregard all of that in order to promote a conspiracy theory that was of, politically advantageous to his boss, the President of the United States, who is demanding that they find evidence to back up his claims. Jason, your thoughts on this?
So I have a bunch, and I think going back to your question about what do we do about it, the first issue that I struggle with is just how we frame even this panel, right, talking about mis and disinformation, because to me that immediately says something's true or false, right? And I think what we saw, looking at the claims of election fraud and what led to January 6th is, to the people that believe this stuff, it's true, right? It is their truth, right? So I think, as Mark said, we live in a post-truth world, which makes dealing with it difficult. And I think framing how we think about this, right, kind of the I'm wrong, or I'm right, you're wrong approach with the way that we name this immediately alienates people. And what we've seen in a lot of the work that we've done is taking this stance of, I have my version of the truth or what I believe, and what I'm trying to do is convince you that I'm right is not the way to approach this stuff, right? It's understanding why certain narratives resonate with certain communities, why they believe what they believe, and how do we subtly move them off of that belief and closer to our belief, but not immediately go in and say, I'm right, you're wrong, I need to get you over here. I think when we look at, and I know, Mark, you alluded to it a little bit, it's certainly a multidimensional problem, but when we think about, and a lot of the panels and speakers over the last couple of days have spoken about education and sort of these longer term sort of governmental approaches to this, and I don't want to discount the importance of that, but the work we do, we think about this much shorter term, and what concerns me is midterms next year, based on what we saw in 2020 on January 6th and what we're currently experiencing, and what the ramifications could be if legitimate losers of an election don't accept the result. So we don't have a generation between now and midterms 2022. So while I think all that stuff's critically important, what do we do in the next 11, 12, 13 months?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, how do you break through to a substantial segment of the American population that actually believes this stuff and wants to believe this stuff?
When you say breakthrough, do you mean sort of, how do you tell them that this
that
narrative
what they
is
believe
not the desirable
is,
narrative?
Complete BS. Yes, that there's nothing to support
I think in
what they believe is the truth.
Well, this is where the line between, I think, traditional approaches to security and information actually overlap. One of the things that's been found to be successful in attempting to access audiences who have those beliefs that you wish to change, to be diplomatic, is to find trusted people within those communities and then try and change their beliefs. So rather than focusing on a large group of people and trying to collectively change their message, which can be effective, but it's not as effective as finding a key interlocutor in that community and being able to change their views, and then that having a knock-on effect. Because what we see a lot in the disinformation ecosystem is it's not a flattened space. Despite all that talk about what happened in Capitol Hill being, or the talk of, white nationalist movements being non-hierarchical, I don't generally buy that. Within any of these communities, whether it's white nationalist kind of extremists or other terrorist organizations, there are people within those communities who exert a significant amount of influence over them.
So what's an example of that working, of where a influencer is able to turn around the conspiratorial beliefs of, his or her fellow brethren?
Well, I think the examples are less about them knowing that we don't necessarily know that they convert their beliefs, but we certainly know that they, by saying a certain thing, they are less likely to encourage their followers to spread those beliefs, right? So it's not always about change of mind, because it's very hard to change people's minds when you have issues of confirmation bias ideology. You can't, even like we said, we're dealing with a short-term time window, a short horizon. It's hard to really convince people to change their mind. But what you can do, you can sow sufficient doubt to prevent them being so convinced that they feel the need to share their ideas. And that's what we see,
Yeah.
especially like in the Gulf region.
I mean, I want to talk about that, but when I look at the landscape in the United States,
Yeah.
where everything becomes politicized. So let's take, for instance, the anti-vax campaign or resistance to getting vaccinated, which is most prominent, not exclusively, but most prominent among the supporters of Donald Trump. It was Donald Trump who actually, pushed for the development of the vaccine, and then was taking credit for the fact that, under his, leadership, a vaccine got developed. And he even told his followers at one recent rally that he had gotten vaccinated and sort of gently suggested they should, and was met by boos because they were so worked up. Because the very idea of being vaccinated, because at that point, Biden was pushing for vaccination, it became a political issue. What do you do when everything is political? When everything is measured by, does it help one side or the other, or hurt the other?
So, two things, and going back to what you said about belief, I think believability in this is key, right? And that's one of the things that we spend a lot of time on, is thinking about the emotive drivers of why this stuff resonates, which I think leads into a key point. And when you think about the politicization of vaccines, I think there's a deeper issue there that, it comes back to politics, elections, right? And by looking at creating or furthering this vaccine hesitancy, right, and saying now, that we've got a Democratic, president and administration, and, so they've essentially taken responsibility. I think there's, political motivations there that ultimately, when we look at, the midterms in 2022, the agenda is really about, winning an upcoming election, even though sort of the vehicle to get there is about something that's seemingly unconnected to politics and, a vaccine or a pandemic or whatever it may be. And one of the, I think on this point, when we look at, the pandemic, right, going back to early last year, one of the guys that I work with classified it as a disinformation superhighway, because what was really interesting about it is it had sort of the staying power. There was someone to blame. It had, foreign aspects to it, especially, around the origins of it. And you see that so many different topics and agendas use the pandemic to sort of further these seemingly unrelated topics. So I think there's something really interesting and, difficult, for lack of a better word, when we look at vaccine hesitancy. And I think it's sort of in this, broader landscape of really meant to or going to have real political implications around, upcoming elections.
Yeah. I want to sort of take a step back and talk a bit about how we got here. And Mark, I know you've done a lot of work in this area, and one sort of striking development to me is if you look back at the Arab Spring, in which the democratic message of reform was being spread primarily by this new social media tool, Twitter. And it was embraced as this new form of communication that could lead to democratization and liberalizing reforms and a new birth of freedom in a region that had precious little. And yet, what we've seen, and this is one of the crueler ironies of the story of the Arab Spring, is that very tool became the vehicle for conspiracy theories, disinformation, and ultimately, and I know this is work you've done, Mark, being used and manipulated by those very same autocratic governments that the Arab Spring protesters were marching against. Talk a little about how this evolved.
Well, I think it's a very interesting trajectory. And what I'd say, for anyone who's used Clubhouse, the new kind of talk-based app, I think most technologies have a honeymoon period, right? And so the Arab uprisings basically were the honeymoon period for Facebook and Twitter in particular, and YouTube to an extent. People approach technology, and in a way they believe the hype. So you have Silicon Valley talking about these products that connect people and facilitate conversation. And then obviously in the Middle East, on the back of a global recession, you have political demands for change. So you've got this kind of brewing political situation, this new technology that allows communication and mobilization, and then people's sudden ability to be able to express themselves freely in a context where they're not used to that, right? And when a new technology comes about in this way, there's a certain amount of naivety on people's parts. And I saw this particularly in Bahrain when I was studying my PhD. People were adopting this technology and not thinking about the potential consequences. Because for them, notions of surveillance through Twitter or Facebook were not extant. But the appropriation of these technologies happened very quickly. I think there's a tendency for people to think that, oh, Facebook, Twitter, 2011 maybe took about 4 years or 5 years before these technologies were co-opted. They were co-opted almost immediately. And to give some very concrete examples, for example, in Bahrain, a small place, and why context is important, people would, reflecting their naivety, go to places like the Pearl Roundabout and take photos of themselves, not because they were particularly opposition, but because it was an event and they wanted to, just see what it was like. And then they'd post those pictures on Facebook. They didn't have any privacy settings, partly because as well social media companies weren't that strict about privacy settings in this era, so they could do that. And then people would take screenshots of them, post them on Twitter and say, this person is a traitor, arrest this person. They put their phone number by them. And you'd have accounts doing this, vigilantes, circulating thousands of accounts. This was happening in 2011. One of these accounts was known to have broken international law in an independent report commissioned into the study of the uprisings, right? So these kind of incidents were known very early on. And then social media companies, again, are lax, and this has been said several times, have refused to take action. And when they have, it's only after severe political pressure. So, I'm very cynical about the desire of social media companies to actually try and do something meaningful to tackle the authoritarian abuse of technology. And that's one of many factors that's actually resulted in this abuse of it. What we have is a situation where the argument that technology, whether it be Facebook or Twitter or other things, is fundamentally emancipatory, that it gives people the ability to talk freely, is false. And true at the same time. Because technology is determined by the social context. If you have a country, where Silicon Valley exists, that has a constitution that espouses values of free speech, it's very normal for people in that context to create technology that believes will create free speech. But if it exists in a place where you have, laws that prevent criticism of government and, intrusive surveillance, it's going to be used as a tool of surveillance. So the fact that no one actually saw this coming, I don't believe. And it was co-opted very quickly. And there are countless examples I can use about it. And one of the most recent ones, obviously, very central to where we are, was in Qatar in the Gulf crisis. And some of the biggest abusers of technology are in the Middle East. I mean, right. Empirically.
Right. Although, what's striking to me is that, we all spent a lot of time in the aftermath of the 2016 election talking about what the Russians did, what the Russian Internet Research Agency did. That was the troll farm in St. Petersburg that was planting all this divisive content on Facebook during the campaign, designed to sort of rile people up and mostly rile them up against Hillary Clinton. Yet that same template of what the Internet Research Agency was doing, the troll farms, has since been adopted by governments in the Middle East, right? And using the same techniques to sort of, alter the course of the conversation.
And I think there's a tendency to think that China and Russia are the ones who invent these strategies and then they're replicated. It's actually quite difficult to tell who comes up with these. And I would certainly say my research on the region would suggest that some of the tactics that we see, because they're not all the same, are just as likely to come from within the region. Whether they happen with, expertise from other countries remains to be seen. But I don't necessarily think they originated in Russia. I mean, one of the interesting things, if I was to ask you, Twitter, for example, it publishes all the accounts it takes down as part of its state-backed security takedowns. So any accounts it believes are part of a foreign information operation, they take down and they publish their data. Firstly, they don't publish it all. They publish a selection of it. But if I was to ask someone who were the biggest offenders on that list, I mean, people would probably say Russia, China. But actually, China in this context is the highest. But it's actually followed by, from between the period of 2017 and 20, for the Quartet countries, so Saudi, UAE, Egypt, and Bahrain, well, not Bahrain, but Saudi, UAE, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates. They are the biggest violators of Twitter's foreign-backed influence operations campaign, according to Twitter's data, which is openly available to anyone, right? Yet, we continually talk about China and Russia being the main problems here. And this isn't a parochial issue. The thing that we have to understand about the disinformation landscape is that regions export it. And this has been talked about in the context of US politics till the cows come home. Russian interference in the US elections. What's China doing? But I've documented, I mean, you talked about a Twitter account of a US official previously spreading disinformation. But when Donald Trump's Twitter account was active, his account was compromised in a way that conventional cybersecurity expert wouldn't necessarily think about. His tweets about Gulf politics were being artificially amplified by thousands of fake accounts, right, to increase the salience to them in the algorithm. So that means anything that Trump was saying about politics in the Gulf region was being artificially promoted. And this is the President of the United States, and he doesn't have full sovereignty or autonomy over his communication channel. Neither does the United States in that regard.
Who is promoting?
In this case, it was probably Saudi-connected accounts. They were promoting Trump's anti-Iranian position.
Right.
And it was a very clear a case of bot accounts. The thing is, it's also hard to attribute. Another issue with disinformation, and this is partly to do with transparency, we can only hypothesize in many cases who is actually behind an operation. You could look at an operation and say, who does this benefit? And they might be the likely promoters of it. But unless you have certain information, you're only speculating. And this is also the same issue with Russian information operations and Chinese ones. Yeah, if it's in Chinese and it's targeting a Chinese audience, it's likely that it's Chinese, right? But how do you know? Unless you have IP details and this kind of thing, which is very hard to come by.
Well, on that note, Zach, you did, your firm did research for a report by the Safan Center about how these adversary governments, Russia, China, Iran, were promoting QAnon conspiracy theories around the globe. And, that's, it's sort of like head scratching as to how it would serve their interests to promote, this crazy content that was spread by QAnon. But so tell us about, the research you did on that, how you reached the conclusions you did, and I guess more importantly, why? Why would, state-sponsored actors be spreading, bizarre stuff like QAnon?
Well, I think so. An easy way to sum it up, looking at 2016 compared to 2020 or now, is that we as Americans have made Russia in particular's job significantly easier, right? Because there's a bunch of crazy stuff that we put out. Russia just amplifies it versus having to originate it, and it's not that binary, but it's a lot more about amplification now. And if you think about Russia in particular, which differs, significantly from China in terms of their agenda, if your primary objective is just to further social discord, right? Why not use what's already out there and decisive and just use your resources and capabilities to amplify it? I think to Mark's point, which is spot on, when we look at foreign influence. I think the way we think about it is it's foreign originated or it's foreign amplified, and they're kind of one and the same because, as Mark said, it's very difficult to know with certainty where something originates. And I think one, it's where these accounts are based, if they're Russian or Chinese or Saudi, anywhere else. But also now we've seen a lot of evidence that Russians and Chinese in particular are outsourcing this, right? Black or dark PR firms in Philippines, Thailand, Ukraine, you name it. So if you do have the location
Explain that. How does this work, the outsourcing?
So if you're a PR firm in Thailand, and Google did a great paper on this, where they actually went on the dark net and found somebody to hire to do this work to see how the process worked. But if you're a legitimate PR firm in the Philippines and you can try to do that work and make whatever you're going to make, or you get a state actor coming in and saying, here's what we want to utilize your services for, and they're going to pay you significantly more. They're taking those offers, and so
these are real examples of a Filipino PR firm gets hired by who?
People or organizations, agencies, individuals representing states, and that's where it becomes.
Can you give is there a specific example of which government?
So we've seen
sponsored.
We've seen examples with both the Russians and the Chinese, and it makes it, I think, to piggyback the point Mark was making, is it's very difficult. It makes it more difficult to look at attributing a campaign or content to a particular country, because now, even if you do know the location, you see it in the Philippines, right? But the objective or the agenda aligns with China or Russia. And there's one case that was really interesting that we've referenced in the past, where it was one group of accounts that we could attribute back to an email address in the Philippines, and I forget the exact date, but it was April of last year, where they went from very aligned with Russian interest and almost overnight became aligned with Chinese interest, right? So, and without any more sort of proof than that, it said to us, here's an example of somebody that was working on behalf of the Russians and then took, the resources and capabilities that they had and just repurposed them for a different customer.
So on the spread of the QAnon conspiracy theories by these actors, what did you find there? And to Mark's point about how do you make the attribution that these were state-sponsored accounts that were promoting this? So
I go back to, and I'm generalizing, but I think the motivation for foreign actors to get involved with QAnon conspiracies is it's convenient, it's easy. The attribution, we look at it in two ways, right? What we call known foreign accounts, where we have some information that tells us where these accounts are based or the content is originating, and then likely. And what we're doing there is looking at a whole lot of characteristics, both about the accounts, the account behavior, really any information that's available historically, and then the accounts themselves, the content, as well as similar accounts and content, right, that we know where it's originated. And we're basically using, predictive analytics, AI and machine learning to try to make an educated guess as to if we're seeing, a tweet or a Facebook post, did it originate from an account that looks very similar to accounts that we know are based in or representing the interest of a nation state.
Right. Interesting that you use AI technology to find this stuff. As I understand it, Mark, some of your research, has shown that these accounts are essentially bots generated by AI in the first place. It's not actual humans who are typing this stuff up and putting it on social media. It's artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but just before, I wanted to address that point because it's so key going forward. But I just think I want to just continue for a second what Zach was saying about the notion of attribution. I think as well, when we determine who is behind campaigns, it can be hard. And I talk in my upcoming book about the notion of disinformation supply chains, because in some examples you have like the cheap Macedonian factory where people are paid $1,000 a month to create fake content in English about the US elections, right? That happens. Or the Philippines, right? But then there's the acceptable face of this industry. This is the Cambridge Analyticas of the world, right? And just to give a concrete example, that's hiding in plain sight. If you look at the FARA filings, you'll see that SCL Social, Cambridge Analytica's parent company, were contracted by a sort of British PR firm working for the UAE to create Facebook adverts, framing Qatar, for example, as a terrorist-supporting state. And you can go on these public documents and you can see screenshots of the adverts that they designed, right? It's there in plain sight. And this is a company that operates legally in probably prestigious surroundings. And there's plenty of examples.
Wait, the Cambridge Analytica company.
SCL Social.
Yeah. They filed as agents of the UAE government?
So Project Associates were working for the UAE Supreme Media Council, and they worked with SCL Social to create this campaign. But there's a filing. It's there, it's public. And this is not a secret, but the work they're doing is actually quite phenomenal because they are actively engaged in promoting tensions, social tensions, and that could potentially lead to conflict, making money off it, and this is happening in plain sight. So, before we go down to these kind of talks about why do people believe this kind of stuff, and this taps into exactly what you've been saying and Zach's been saying, is that so much of the disinformation has an active proponent propelling that forward. There's people who want to believe that, and the different interest groups behind that are complex, and it's not just nation states, and we should get away from that as well. But at some point along the line, these intermediaries should be held accountable, or there should be legislation targeting those. So when we talk about legislation or regulating social media companies, it's actually a far more expansive environment than just looking at those companies.
Yeah.
But in terms of AI, AI, I think is, people talk about AI all the time, and that, of course, is going to be the new frontier and a serious one. And one of the interesting things I looked at recently, and it's becoming increasingly common, is AI-generated images. People talk about deepfake videos, right? The ability to be able to create a video of someone that looks exactly like them and to be able to say something being harmful. Last year, I worked on an investigation, and again, this shows the transnational links of disinformation that we need to focus on, especially emanating from this region. A group, an unknown entity, possibly a PR firm, or whether it be in the Philippines or Mayfair in London, we don't know, but someone who is very competent in English, managed to trick about 46 different international news organizations, including the Washington Times, Spiked, South China Morning Post, Asia Times. They can manage to trick multiple organizations into publishing about 80 different op-eds, analysis articles, written by people who did not exist, right? The people only existed on social media, right? These were Twitter accounts. They had a Twitter account, a Facebook account, a LinkedIn account. Half of them had photos that were stole from someone else's profile. The other half had photos that were likely generated by, artificial intelligence. So very credible looking human faces that are unique, that you can't trace back because they're unique. And you can just go to a website, thispersondoesnotexist.com, click refresh, and every time you click refresh, you get a brand new AI-generated image face. And they were doing this, and they fooled, and it worked. And
who is doing this?
We don't know. But the thing is, you look at the content, and this time, and the reason it was on my radar as someone looks at propaganda, the narrative indicated that this was clearly, why would you mislead so many people unless it was for sort of nefarious purposes? But the information there was being promoted was, again, it was targeting Turkey, Qatar, and Iran, criticizing the policies of those countries.
So that suggests the Saudis and the Emiratis.
Possibly, because a few of the pieces were also praising UAE's response to COVID-19, right? So there was also this lionization part. So,
that's a tip-off right there,
it's a
right?
tip-off, but again, it talks about attribution being hard, but this is AI being used in a particular way. And then there's the AI in terms of generating text. So bots now, and I think this ties in with what one of the previous panelists was saying about social media companies talk about using AI to combat, and I think Zach will talk more about how to use AI to combat things. But we still see very crude forms of manipulation using automated accounts. So automated accounts, for example, on Twitter, they post content automatically, whether it's retweeting or you put a single message in and it just puts them out. It's a bit of script and it puts it out there. That's computational propaganda, right? And you speak to social media companies and they say, computational propaganda is easy to deal with. We do that. And I'm still finding it all the time, right? It still exists. So they're not being truthful, or they have an exaggerated sense of their own abilities to combat it. But what the real, you can see, it's pretty obvious, because often bots will just either retweet or just post the same content. What's scary now is things like GPT-3. So this is a new artificial intelligence that can create text. So if you read the Guardian newspaper, they got this AI to write an article. Like, it had a few inputs, but it wrote an analysis piece about what AI was, and it was very convincing, right? And so once people are able to use this technology to produce content on things like Twitter, it's going to be a lot harder to determine for a machine or a human whether that content has been produced by a robot or a real person. And right now, we're at a point where it's quite easy to identify bots and generated content. But I think we're getting to a place where AI is going to be so sophisticated that bots are going to be the more sophisticated forms of manipulation in terms of information. And that's quite a scary time. So combating that is clearly where people like,
Yeah.
is that coming?
Well, I mean, you know, Zach, your firm's purpose is to expose this sort of thing. It sounds like it could actually present quite a challenge for what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and I think expose, yes, but more importantly, counter. And I think an analogy I like to use is it's like steroids in sports, because whatever the league, if you take baseball for example, whatever they're testing for today, the players stopped using a year or 2 or 3 ago, right? So you're always trying to play catch up. And I think the point Mark made, you know, the technology, the capabilities are advancing this stuff so fast that it puts governments, private sector in a predicament, which is, do you continue to try to play catch up, or are you willing to play by whatever the different set of rules that your adversaries are playing with, right? Or no rules at all. And I think it very quickly creates a gray area. So one of the things that we look at from a countering mis and disinformation perspective is if you can understand what narratives are resonating, why they're resonating, then you can almost take the same approach to that, to that analysis and apply it to the messaging or the counter message that you're thinking about deploying to say, is this going to resonate with my intended audience and drive whatever your desired outcome is? And I think, so that's all messaging specific, right? And there's a lot of benefit to being able to, you know, quote unquote, optimize the message for different audiences. But I think the point that Mark brought up earlier about the messenger is critical, right? Because if you think about, you know, go back to vaccine hesitancy. If somebody doesn't trust the government and the government is putting out messaging saying, here's why you should get vaccinated, it's not going to resonate. It's not going to change their mind, right? There's got to be sort of that community credibility, somebody within a given community that, you know, can speak to these people and try to get them off their existing belief system and over to something that better aligns in that case with the government. So that's one of the areas that, in addition to trying to optimize the messaging, it's about identifying the optimal messenger. And the last point I'll make on that, which it was interesting because at sort of a very broad scale, we wanted to understand for a US adult audience, where is their trust right now, or the, you know, perceptions of different sources. And so we took the exact same text and told, I think we had about 50,000 person panel, and some of them were told that this originated from a US news organization, others told it was foreign, and then we went more specific, said Russian, Chinese. And what we found generally, right, and this was political affiliations aside, that the majority, and it's a slight majority, but a majority of US adults find foreign news sources more trustworthy than domestic.
Huh.
So that's our
That's
baseline, right? We're starting at obviously a significant disadvantage if you're coming at it from the US government's perspective or a US news organization trying to convince people that you're credible.
Right. Let's talk about the responsibilities of the social media companies and what they're doing wrong now, and you know, if there's a way to get them to do better. You know, we had the testimony of Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, you know, just recently talking about, you know, how Facebook's own research showed that the company was using, because of its algorithms, was continuing to spread a lot of, you know, bogus content, and that Facebook was putting, you know, profits over, you know, its pledge curb this. What did you make of Haugen's testimony and the response to it? Mark?
I mean, Haugen's testimony was compelling. She wasn't the first person to raise these issues. I don't know if Sophie Zhang, a previous whistleblower, also raised specific issues, and other Facebook employees have publicly gone on the record to saying that Facebook has often found it promotes bad for the world content. That's Facebook terminology. Bad for the world content is content that could be seen as disinformation, hate speech, or harmful. And it's another example of when the problem is clearly known about, it's in the public sphere. We have like we saw 2 weeks ago where we had another whistleblower who raises this and hopefully gets it to a higher level. But again, I think this recalcitrance and it seems that nothing changes despite these numerous scandals relating to social media. And I think all it does is reflect, again, a general unwillingness of them to harm their own business model. And so I think it's very right to be cynical about social media companies and their intent. It doesn't mean they aren't doing good things or trying to do good things. It's just, I think the scale of harms is often outweighed by their particular business model, which relies on generating engagement for advertising revenue and monetizing individuals, actually as datafied subjects.
So if Facebook brought you in and said, okay, you have, total power to change how we're doing business right now to address the issues you've identified,
I go to that server farm with the problem and unplug it again. I think. No, I mean seriously. Like I think firstly, in a PR sense, if I had a dime for every time a Facebook employee, oh, thank you. If I had a dime for every time a Facebook employee said that, we care about human rights and Facebook is important, getting people communicated, the issue is complicated, I'd be a rich person. So firstly, the marketing thing, I'd drop that line that they try to use. I would, if I was Facebook, there's a difference between me being in Facebook and working for, say, a legislative authority, but I would also, acting altruistically, revise my relationships with countries that were known human rights abusers, right? That's not, just as the arms industry has export regulations, right? You talk about corporate due diligence. This is the thing, right? So if we want to talk about the business sector doing more, having to rely on them is always tricky. But within the framework of corporate due diligence, you could put human rights to the fore. It's no good saying we support human rights and just focus on this notion of free speech, because that's one of many human rights, just as the right to free and fair elections is. And so they tend to focus on this free speech thing. But the issue with that is that it's also misleading. Because as I said before, how do you quantify, and Facebook don't necessarily, or do they do this? And another recommendation would be you need to actually have a department that does that. How do you actually quantify, on the balance of things, whether your platform is being used in a country or in a context to facilitate human rights or actually work against them? Why can't you determine that? Because once you determine that, you can say, actually, our platform is being, on the balance in this country, country X, being exploited as human rights, to facilitate human rights violations. Therefore, we should not operate in this country. That's me saying that. Obviously, Facebook will be like, yeah, that's a business model issue. But I'm saying that's what I do.
Yeah, but I also just, given what Zach was talking about before about the way state actors can disguise their own role using PR firms in the Philippines or whatever.
Right.
That could make, the Burmese government could use a Filipino PR firm to spread messages about the Rohingya, and you wouldn't, because it's coming from, a different account that's not Burmese, you might not immediately.
Well, I think absolutely. But
identify that as state's propaganda.
I think engagement with civil society is a really important thing, and Facebook and Twitter particularly, they do this in an informal level. Facebook are more proactive in making themselves appear like they're doing something, and they're bigger, they have more money. But you have numerous NGOs that deal with either human rights abuses, tech-related NGOs that are country-specific, that might focus on Myanmar or the Gulf. you need to actually create a formal mechanism of engagement with these countries as the reliable eyes and ears on the ground in terms of human rights abuses, right? You don't necessarily need, those organizations exist, they're the experts in it, and they're the ones that could make those, or help you make those decisions about whether or not the country in question where Facebook is operating is being exploited in a specific way. And of course, it doesn't obviate those issues you raised.
Okay, I mean, human rights abuses is, an area, a lot of people could agree on, and regardless of where it's coming from, you could sort of identify what might be, promotion of human rights abuses. But what do you do about the example I started out with, which is the Italy Gate YouTube video that was being circulated and spread by the chief of staff of the President of the United States?
I think as a company or as maybe an alternative solution legislative-wise?
Both, starting with, Google owns YouTube. This is being spread on its platform. What responsibility did Google have to curb something like that?
As far as I'm concerned, they need to be taken down. They need to be taken down quickly, because the longer disinformation or false news lingers in the information space, it's a problem. And some people raise the issue of what about freedom of speech, and I think it's a moot point, because when something is patently false, particularly when it could cause harm to specific communities or minorities or otherwise, then there's also an argument to make that it's in violation of several other laws. So that needs to be taken down. I don't think there's a solid argument for keeping it up. And possibly, if someone is a habitual spreader of harmful information, and by habitual I mean they repeatedly do it in a certain way, then there's also, legal options to go down in that kind of mechanism. Right? And I think that could be entertaining.
But I do have to say, these things can get tricky. There are some who will tell you that cite instances where Facebook and Twitter were taking content down. For instance, they were taking down content that suggested that that COVID, may have come from a Chinese state lab leak as opposed to naturally from, open air markets in Wuhan. And at the time, that was viewed as patently false. Today, it's an open question as to whether COVID may have come from a Wuhan lab leak, right?
Yeah, it's true. You will get false positives and you'll get false negatives, and this is, of course, an issue. And also the part of the issue is here that, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube did have this blanket, no COVID-19 disinformation. It wasn't necessarily a nuanced approach. But I think that's interesting in itself, because it shows that these platforms are actually, if the politics are right, ready to curb disinformation, right? And I think that's interesting because it suggests that they should and they can and they ought to. Of course, it doesn't mean that you won't get these instances where something that could be very truthful is censored, of course. But, it's the nature of, curating information that you'll get these false positives and false negatives. And this happens anyway. So I think on the balance of it, it's better to spread patently erroneous information that is harmful to others and make occasional mistakes than the other way around and have virulent disinformation spreading in the name of free speech that can cause harm not just to people or communities, but the fundamental tenets of, say, a democracy like the United States, right?
Yeah. Zach, same question to you. If you got put in charge of Facebook tomorrow and were given total power to change how they do business, what would you do?
So if I was with Facebook and had total power, probably nothing, because I think Facebook's not unlike, or the tech or social media is not unlike other industries where you do, just get right up to the line of what's legal or possible to maximize profits. So I think if the incentive structure changed, whether that's through regulation or otherwise, then you may see change. I don't think Facebook's going to take it on themselves. If they do, it's going to be for PR purposes, and I think then it's just enough to get the story to go away, right? And I don't know.
So you would not change the way they do business?
Well, I'm saying if I came in, as a consultant to change their business, for sure, right? If I was working at Facebook, I don't know that I could say now that I wouldn't do anything different.
No, Zuckerberg calls you up and says, look, I got to get, these senators off my ass. What should I do? Tell me.
So I think we put a paper out with Polaris, which NGO focused on human trafficking, runs the trafficking hotline, and it was really interesting because there's a lot of research out there about the path to radicalization, right, from a terrorism standpoint, and we looked at the path to radicalization within, sort of a human trafficking disinformation context. And there was evidence of this with people that, were in the Capitol on January 6th. And I think I'm going to get to the point here, which is it's tricky, right? Because there's obvious disinformation that YouTube or Facebook should take down, right? But if you think about Save the Children, right? On the surface, who doesn't want to help save the children? Right? And a lot of the content, a lot of the accounts that are spreading this content, we call naive spreaders, right? Because there's no, malicious or nefarious intent there. They want to save the children. But we see that as, sort of a gateway into more radical QAnon content, but it's the thing that starts sucking these people in, and this is where you have, these algorithms take over. So I think the two things that I would do to actually answer your question is, one, I would look at it from a more nuanced standpoint, right? It's a path, it's not binary. And two, I would look at, the algorithmic amplification of this, and like Mark said, they know that they can control this to a certain extent. It's when they choose to or not, and I think there should be both internal and external regulation that puts some parameters in place to try to lessen not only the spread, but the impact of this radicalizing information.
I have a podcast called Conspiracy Land, in which I look at conspiracy theories and how they, who spreads them and how they evolve. And one series I did in that was last year. Trump, this is May of 2020, is super pissed off at Joe Scarborough, Morning Joe, and sort of goes off on a series of tweets, basically making the completely bogus claim that Joe Scarborough had murdered a member, a woman staffer 21 years ago when he was a member of Congress. And this was actually a crazy conspiracy theory that originated among Democratic partisans on the left when Scarborough was a Republican member of Congress, and then gets adopted by Trump to bash Scarborough. And one thing I discovered in the course of reporting this is that Twitter had this internal policy where world leaders were given freer reign to tweet anything they want, because that was part of the democratic dialogue in that country. And it seems to me that Facebook has had a similar policy where world leaders get this sort of extra ability to spread all sorts of nonsense. Since then, obviously, Trump has been kicked off Twitter. But it does strike me that there was quite a double standard there. And I wonder, should that have been called out sooner, and the social media companies be stricter about this?
I mean, I would think so, but I think this is a very interesting aspect, again, of talking about these universal rules that are then selectively applied.
Yeah.
And I think you look at, I remember I was doing a study I was looking at Twitter's political advertising. So Twitter banned political advertising, paid for advertising, right? The idea was that no election should be bought, right? So this valiant principle being kind of heralded. And then I was trying to figure out how, in this region, there was propaganda, there was, these kind of messages about a certain state leader in the Middle East, really like talking about how amazing he was, right? And I thought, is this political advertising? Because the function it was a paid promotion. So I looked on Twitter's political advertising. It says no political advertising is allowed. And I was like, that's odd, because this looks like it. I went to FAQs, and they have a caveat hidden in the FAQs that basically allows for local displays or customary displays of, demonstrations of loyalty to particular leaders, right? So, but this is kind of absurd, right? You could, in theory, there could be a dictator somewhere, and where free speech is not tolerated, but it's fine to talk about how great this person is, but you can't then run a political campaign in a democratic state, right? So what this shows is that Facebook, Twitter, these companies talk about universal human rights, but are localizing their laws depending on the countries they exist in, right? And this has come up a number of times. It came up with Netflix when they banned a certain series or episode of a series in the Middle East because it contravened local laws. How can you respect local law if some elements of that law aren't actually in line with the things you say about human rights? And I think that's interesting. But to finish off, because I think, running out of time, I want to kind of make this point that needs to be made is there's a lack of transparency from these companies anyway. You said you found out this internal kind of thing, right? I was in a closed meeting with Twitter and Facebook the other day, and I just asked, for example, one of the issues we knew about Myanmar and the genocide that happened there was that Facebook really didn't have any people speaking the local language who could moderate content, right? So I just asked, how many people do you have, for example, moderating Arabic content in Twitter? How many does that compare to English? What's the ratio? They don't know. They didn't tell me. They don't publish that. We don't know. We don't have the ability to transparently determine what mechanisms they have to combat even things like moderation. We don't know their capacity.
Don't they just use AI and
They
Google
use
translators?
They have different levels of it, but sometimes it does go to a personal thing. But also, when it comes to things like training those processes on that, that's also very problematic. But they just don't tell you. And this is another thing, is that people around the world are beholden to these corporations in Silicon Valley who, in my experience, and this is this theory of it's called techno-colonialism. It's you exploit markets in the developing world or the global south, make money from those markets, but with less responsibility. Because at the end of the day, if the politics permits, you can get away with it. And so, I think that's what we have this issue is. I think in the past 3 years, particularly in Arabic language Twitter, myself and other analysts have noticed how Twitter seemed to ignore more and more the kind of problematic content that you see in non-English languages, ignore it and let it fester. So these companies are not just acting universally in a way that's problematic. It's different depending on the region and the politics. And this is a problem because it's unequal and it's leading to disproportionate problems in markets, that are fly beneath the radar. And I think that's something that you
So just to sort of, square the circle here, Jason, regulation? Is that what we need? And how would that work?
I don't know, and my personal view is I don't think so. The fundamental question that I think about and I think really needs to be asked and examined is who should be the arbiter of truth? Is it government? Is it the social media companies? Because I don't think we can trust ourselves, right, to moderate the content we've seen,
Right.
without any other moderation.
And can we trust the government? And can we trust the
Do you
social
want
media
to,
companies?
right? And that becomes the issue. And I think Mark's right. There should be more transparency about what is being done. But I think you brought up a perfect example in the COVID origins use case, right? Is it true? Is it not true? Should it be removed or flagged? Should the social media companies be making that determination? Should the government? Should we wait for? And that's where I struggle. So I don't know. Is a bad answer, but the answer.
And what about lifting or reforming Section 230 of the Communications Act that gives the social media companies immunity from civil litigation over what it's published?
My concern, I think it should be looked at for sure. My concern is that we swing way too far to the other end of the spectrum, and it's probably a bad way to describe it, but to me it may be scarier to have government acting as that arbiter of truth than whatever the social media companies are doing right now.
Well, modifying 230 wouldn't necessarily make the government the arbiters of truth. It would allow private citizens to sue the social media companies that publish falsehoods about them. Right.
Correct. I think it gets into very tricky territory, though, right? Because at some point, somebody's going to have to make the determination. Right now, if you've sort of got, no liability for what's on your platform and nobody can come after you, that changes, does a 180-degree turn if people are coming after you and, somebody's got to make the determination as, what's true, what's not.
Right. Well, this has been a fascinating discussion about a big problem for which there does not appear to be any easy answers, but I want to thank the two of you for what has been a really enlightening discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike and Mark and Zach. We're now going to break for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30 Doha time. The lunch is in Daphna, same room as it has been the last 2 days. When we return, we'll hear a fireside chat entitled Dynamics of Security and Development in the Middle East and North Africa. That's going to be with Mr. Rami Khoury and Colin Clark. We look forward to seeing you at 1:30.
Hello, thank you for making your way back from lunch. I hope you had a nice break. I'm Amanda Schmidt. I'm the Program and Communications Officer for the Soufan Center, and it's my pleasure to introduce the next session, which will be the fireside chat on dynamics of security and development in the Middle East and North Africa. For this session, I'm honored to introduce Mr. Rami Khoury, Director of Global Engagement at American University of Beirut, as well as an adjunct professor of journalism and journalist in residence. He's also a non-resident senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School, as well as our moderator, Dr. Colin P. Clark, Senior Research Fellow at the Soufan Center and Director of Policy and Research at the Soufan Group. Please join me in welcoming Rami and Colin to the stage.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. It's been a great couple of days, and I always appreciate the opportunity to speak to Rami because I always learn something. I come away from these conversations smarter, and I always look forward to our next conversation. This one happens to be in person in Doha, so even better. We've got a lot to talk about, so let's jump right in. The first thing I want to ask you about is, I guess, a kind of broad, sweeping, strategic question, really spanning the gamut of the last 2 decades. 9/11, Afghanistan, the Arab Spring, all the way to today. Is there a common thread that runs through these events? And if so, what is it, or common threads, as it were?
Thank you, Colin. The interaction is mutually enjoyable and educational for me, too. I've always enjoyed reading your texts, and now glad to meet you. And thank you to the Soufan Center and group and the Qatari other co-hosts for this really powerful forum. I've learned a lot, and we still have some more sessions to go. The answer to your question is yes. There is a thread that runs through the last, I would say, really the last 30, 40 years of life and politics and legacies of national development or de-development throughout the Middle East and parts of South Asia. And it was captured rather dramatically in the last month with the American exit from Afghanistan, which was a little bit chaotic, and the Taliban moving right in. And the question you have to ask yourself is, why is it that after 20 years of the US leading a NATO assault against the Taliban and Qaeda and other groups, with all of the governments in the region, most of them joining this assault, incredible amount of firepower and focus to try to beat back these kinds of groups. Why is it that now, it's fascinating, we've been hearing in the last months that, and we heard it at some really great analysts here, that Al-Qaeda is still there and it's still expanding, and ISIS is getting a foothold in the Sahel, and these groups are multiplying in size and in reach, and they're still recruiting thousands and thousands of supporters. So you have to ask yourself, what's the reason for this? I think the reason answers your question, that there's a common thread, which is local bad government, partly corrupt, partly inept, partly uncaring, but broadly speaking, lousy governments at the local level across the region. And then you have nonstop foreign military intervention. In the case of the Arab world and the Middle East, the nonstop foreign intervention isn't just going back 30, 40, 50 years. It goes back to Napoleon in the late 1700s. We've had over 200 years of nonstop foreign militarism. It used to be mostly the French and the British back in the old days. And now you've got the Americans, you've got the Russians, you've got the Turks, you've got the Iranians, And Arab powers, the Emirates, the Saudis, even the Egyptians are looking around, and they're now all fighting in other people's countries. So that's another reason. The third one is we've had 100 years of the Arab-Israeli conflict, which has had devastating impacts on most of these countries in the region, mainly by fomenting, indirectly, but fomenting military-run authoritarian states like Syria, like Libya, like Iraq, and others. So the combination of all those things has led to really lousy governance, misuse of resources, while the populations of the region were growing rapidly, leading ultimately to the situation that we've experienced in the last 10 years, which is nonstop popular uprisings in the Arab countries I'm talking now. It's an unprecedented phenomenon where you have mass uprisings in 8 or 10 countries at least, big scale, some of which resulted in overthrows of regimes, some of which resulted in civil wars when the government fought back. Only one transitioned to a young democracy, which was Tunisia, and that's now faltering. But the fascinating thing and the important thing is that these continue. So you've got 4 countries now, Sudan, Lebanon, Algeria, and Iraq, where the big demonstrations, the big protests against the governments continue. And the reason this is happening is because of the underlying reality that for the majority of citizens in the majority of Arab countries throughout the last, I would say, 20 to 30 years, well-being has declined at the family level, at the community level, and at the national level. And that's defined in many different ways. We could talk about that. But broadly speaking, the well-being of an individual citizen, which had improved steadily from the 1930s till about the 1990s. We didn't have these mass national uprisings against their own governments. They revolted against Israeli occupation, against foreign colonial powers, but we never had what we have now, which is citizens en masse wanting to get rid of their governments. The whole government, this is also a new phenomenon. There's, in these 4 countries I mentioned, where there's been nonstop demonstrations for 2 years now, nonstop. Even under COVID, people keep going out. And they're demanding the total removal of the government. They're not saying change this minister, change this policy, raise our salaries. They're saying we want the entire ruling elite to get out of the way.
Let me stop you for a second, because I want to drill down on one of those countries you mentioned. And you mentioned Sudan, Lebanon, Algeria, and Iraq. And those were the case studies in the paper that you wrote for the Soufan Center, which is an excellent paper. And I urge everybody to go on our website, soufancenter.org, and read the paper. I just came back downstairs from watching the BBC, and if you've been tracking what's happening in one of the countries you mentioned, Lebanon, today, there's protests, there's gunfire, seemingly chaos in the streets. What are, and let's focus on Lebanon in particular, what are the underlying drivers of people's grievances? And I think you began alluding to it. And is the situation hopeless? If not, what can be done about it? And who should be doing it?
The drivers differ a little bit in every country, but there are some commonalities that we can identify. One of them is the lack of opportunities for a decent life. Not to be wealthy, not to be powerful, but just to live a decent life. To have a home and reasonable health care, reasonable education, a decent job, pension funded insurance, basic things that most people aspire to. Most people can't get those opportunities now in the Arab countries, outside the very wealthy countries. So if you take the oil producers like in the Gulf and about the other oil producers, Algeria, Libya and Iraq used to be in better shape, but they're in bad shape now. But the Gulf countries are a separate reality because of their wealth, small populations, and relatively well-managed governance systems. So you don't have mass helplessness, you don't have mass desperation in the Gulf, but you have it in almost every other Arab country. And if you had to summarize it in one word, I would use the word humiliation. People are really humiliated. They feel dehumanized. They feel that they're treated like animals by their own political rulers. They're not complaining about foreign occupation or Israeli colonization or settlement expansion or military attacks by foreign governments. That adds to the humiliation. But the basic issue is people are humiliated because they're not allowed to live like normal human beings. And when you break that down, it has many components: education, declining education quality, poor job prospects, poor incomes. Now about 65% of labor in the Arab world is informal labor, meaning no contract, no minimum wage, no health insurance, no pension, no safety protections. I mean, people are treated almost like donkeys in many situations, not every situation, but so this is the commonality. People are mistreated, can't live a normal, decent life, and have no power to do anything, no power to do anything about it. They don't have any kind of capacity through elections, through free media, through the courts. They don't have a way to redress their grievances. And so after years and years of not being able to do anything, they finally burst out in this explosion of protest and wanting to live a decent life. You mentioned Lebanon. Lebanon is a distinct case. It used to be different from all the Arab countries because of its demographic makeup, because of the sectarian nature of the government system that divided ministries according to religious groups. Right. Iraq became like that after the American invasion and has had lousy experiences as well. But Lebanon is not much different now than most of the other Arab countries, again, outside the oil producers. There's a trend of pauperization among the population, and there's a trend of militarization among the ruling elite. The government and its associates in the system, the power elite, are increasingly using military means to push back against the protesters, indict them, take them to jail, intimidate them, shoot at them sometimes. And then you have added layers of complexity in Lebanon. With today, for instance, it's Hezbollah and Amal, two major Shiite groups, who are protesting against the judge who's investigating the explosion at Beirut port. And that takes you back to some sectarian tensions that have always been a problem in countries like Lebanon and Iraq to some extent.
So you mentioned demographics, and I think, in my own research, the phenomenon of a youth bulge is always something that presents a complex challenge to governments, particularly when the government is already unable to provide basic services to the population. We'll touch on that, but I want to come back to this concept of humiliation, because again, in my own research on terrorism, violent extremism, it comes up again and again. And it's not just something that applies to Salafi jihadi groups or groups in the Middle East and North Africa. I first came across this concept doing research on the Provisional Irish Republican Army in trying to figure out why people joined, right? So looking at recruitment, and this concept came up again and again. People felt humiliated, and that this was their only option to restore some sense of basic dignity and pride, was to join a militant group and to fight against, in that case, the British Army. Can we talk a little bit more about this concept of humiliation and what kind of role it plays? Because I think it's actually understudied and underexplored when we talk about this. There's so much focus on terrorism and violent extremism, and we throw around terms like grievances and root causes, but humiliation is often left out of that conversation. So can we talk a little bit about how important that is and maybe why it's underexplored?
Yeah, this is really important, and it's been one of the great shocks of my modern recent life when I've lived in the United States now for over a year, to watch the American system, the public sphere, the media, government, others, to watch how they deal with the Afghanistan situation, which was big in the news, still is. And there was almost never a mention of ordinary people. It was Taliban, terrorism, and Americans who are threatened. And then the only time the people were mentioned was about women and girls, sure, who rightly should be educated and have a job. But again, they were just mentioned as this amorphous group. There was never...
But there's a lot missing there that we're not talking about.
Yes. then there's a lot of individual nuances in the people of Afghanistan, but they never really were presented as individuals with real-life grievances and sentiments, except when that family was killed in the last drone attack as the Americans were leaving. They killed by accident a family. They thought it was a terror operation in the making. And then they started reporting a little bit about the family. But to get back to your question.
It's also amazing to think that people are just now waking up to the fact that there are civilian casualties in Afghanistan after 20 years. Where have people been looking for the last 20 years? This has been happening throughout the entirety of the U.S. involvement in Afghanistan, and it's only now becoming more of an issue.
Right, and so the basic problem is that ordinary human beings have, and in every country in the world, you have it in the US and Europe, they have certain deficiencies in life. You have unemployed people, you have people who are doing less well in school, that's normal. But in the Arab region, and this applies quite a bit to Afghanistan from what I read, I've never been to Afghanistan, but what you have is large-scale deprivation. So you're talking about poverty around, in the Arab countries, you have 70%, this is UN documentation, about 70% of Arab people are poor or vulnerable, meaning they're right on the edge of poverty and quickly plunge into poverty if the breadwinner stops working. 70%, that's gone up with COVID for sure. We're now identifying more sophisticated measures of poverty. The most traditional measures the World Bank and others used looked at how much money, $2 a day you spend or whatever. Now they're looking at what's called multidimensional poverty. They look at housing conditions, educational conditions, environmental situations. And just recently, there's been even a more sophisticated analysis of poor people, of poverty, done by the Oxford Poverty Study Group, and there's an international network that studies multidimensional poverty now, which is quite fascinating. But they're looking now at material deprivations, housing, jobs, income, insurance, food, things like that. But also they're looking at non-material deprivations, helplessness, powerlessness, feeling of shame, mistreatment of poor people by society as a whole, and the constant struggle of poor people just to be heard, to have a voice. So it's all of these material and non-material things together, these deprivations together, that create a sense of humiliation in ordinary people. And when you have this on a large scale, I'm not saying that 70% of the people who are poor are all going to become extremists, but some of them do. That's where extremism comes from. Or they get on a boat and risk going to Europe and dying on the way. One person was quoted as saying that I'm getting on a boat because the risk of dying on a boat to go to Europe is less than the risk of my staying in my country and dying in my country as a poor person. So the issue of how deprived and mistreated people react is important, because most of them don't become extremists and terrorists. Some of them emigrate if they can. Some of them just switch off and just grow their food and take care of their family and their own community. Some of them join militias. Some of them join religious groups and social groups that help other people. There's many ways that people react to their deprivation and helplessness. And these are ancient societies. People have lived in these communities in the Arab countries for 7,000 to 8,000 years in settled communities. They've got deeply tested structures of solidarity and cohesion and assistance to poor people. Some of them are religious, most of them are just tribal, some of them are based on ethnic or national groups. But so poor people don't automatically fall off the edge and become drug addicts or thieves or criminals. Poor people have a tougher time in society, but they don't necessarily end up being a danger to society, except a few who do go off and join terror groups. Right. And this is why these strategies that the NATO countries and Arab and other Middle Eastern countries have developed to fight the security threat that comes from terror have largely failed. And if the terror groups are still growing and expanding, it's time to look at a different strategy. And that requires really acknowledging the human reality in society and trying to address it, which is really hard, because you're then dealing with these autocratic governments who don't want to reform, who don't want to change. But there is no option other than to see how these corrupted, abused societies can be transformed into more productive and vital, creative and pluralistic societies.
We've talked about terrorist groups, militias, violent extremist organizations. When we talk about failed states and ungoverned spaces, it's impossible not to talk about these groups. Do we focus too much on terrorism when we talk about the Middle East, particularly from a Western perspective? You've seen it from both sides. You've lived in the region, you've lived in the United States. As a journalist, professor, scholar of these issues, your own work is perhaps among the most well-rounded on this issue that looks at it from a true 360-degree view. In your opinion, in the West, do we focus too much on terrorism in kind of occupying the bandwidth of all the analysis that we see? And if we do, how do we kind of move the needle back to a more nuanced analysis and discussion like you and I are having right now?
I think the West, broadly speaking, focuses too much on the military response to terrorism. Terrorism is a real problem, it's a real threat, and it's a bigger threat to people in the region than it is to people outside. But it has to be seen as a symptom of deeper problems in societies. So you should pay attention to it and respond to it. Responding as the NATO and Western and Arab countries have done through a military-first policy doesn't work. It clearly has failed. It's been counterproductive, in fact, because one of the studies that was done in East Africa by the UN, looking at some of the groups that follow Shabab, the terror groups, interviewing some of the young recruits, and they asked them, what motivates you? Why did you join these groups? And they said it was because the way we were treated by our governments as well as by international military action. So the combination of bad governance in the Arab region with foreign military intervention together, which you had in Afghanistan on a big scale, bigger than anything in the Arab region, has been a real failure. And so the challenge is, what do you do to deal with terrorism? There is only one option, which is you take military action when you need to for a very short period of time, as they did when they attacked Qaeda in Afghanistan at the beginning, or you stop a terror action that's in process. Sometimes that's obviously legitimate. But in the long run, this problem can only be solved by working with the governments and the political elites in these countries to reform the systems. And that's really hard. One of the biggest priorities that I've preached for years is for Arab societies and foreign societies, whether they're Western or Russian or Chinese or Iranian, whatever they may be, is for us to jointly agree on what is the legitimate and effective way for foreign countries to engage in our countries, or foreign groups like the UN or whatever, or even Oxfam or international agencies, all of whom are trying to do good work for our benefit, but most of them are engaging in a way that is run according to their rules and priorities,
right,
not sufficiently consulting with local people. So you need a more consultative process in which Arabs and foreigners together decide what's the problem, how do we move towards a resolution. And this is where you get the real tough problem, which is that the ruling elites in the Arab countries, governments, private sector, tribal, traditional, ethnic leaders, whatever, the people who control the power structure don't want to change it. And we've seen this in the last 10 years of nonstop uprisings, where people have clearly risen up saying, we want this system to change. The ruling elites have learned to respond by ignoring some of the demands, making short little symbolic reform pledges, which they generally don't carry out, or beating people militarily or taking them to jail. So it's very hard to change ruling elites, systems that have been in power for 20, 30, 40 years, control the money and the guns, and have clientelist networks that are very, very deep. It's not easy to change these things, and this is the new dilemma that we have to deal with. And what people in the Middle East say to our Western friends, look, you supported these elites, you still support them. If you look at what's going on in countries like Egypt, for instance, or other Arab countries, they're supported to the hilt by Western, the US and others. And so the Western countries have to really take a deep look at how their policies, military force against terror, supporting autocratic regimes, how do these policies end up impacting ordinary people in their homes and villages? And this is what's not been done and is needed.
So I think one of the, and that's a point very well taken, I think one of the dilemmas we're facing now is, with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which, as we've discussed several times and throughout the course of the last few days at this forum, the evacuation, the withdrawal has been botched, right? It was a debacle. Few would argue with that. We're seeing, some might argue, a retrenchment of the United States certainly from South Asia, from the Middle East. And this concept of nation building has become a dirty word or a pejorative. But that seems to me almost what you're suggesting the United States and Western countries should be thinking about, not nation building with a military, but helping governments in the region to connect with their people. The divide seems to be between the elites and the people, though, and that's not something that a Western country is going to be able to forge. That's got to happen organically. So I've called it in the past the Humpty Dumpty problem, meaning states break easily, but they're difficult to put back together. Right. And we talk about fragile, weak states, and it's very much been securitized. So the West cares about fragile states when, terrorist groups can gather there. But otherwise, that's not really our domain. Moreover, you have a growing domestic pressure of why should the United States or any other country be doing things abroad when we have our own problems at home, problems that have been exacerbated by COVID-19 and many other issues. So how do you convince Western governments, their populations, that they can and should be helping these countries, and that's not something that's going to come back and bite them?
Well, it's not easily done, but it can be done, and it should be done. And the reason is, the first thing that you need to do is recognize, people in the West should recognize that ordinary Arabs, and I'm talking of the Arab world now, Iran, Afghanistan, other places I don't know, Iran I know a little bit, but Afghanistan I haven't been, but this applies to foreign policy challenges all over the region. The first thing is to recognize that the Arab people, ordinary people, there's 440 million Arabs now, and the surveys and the studies that have been done by really competent groups,
Arab Barometer
and Western, Gallup and the Arab centers here in Doha, they do a survey, the Arab Barometer group, there's some really sophisticated polling and surveys that are done year after year. We now know, which we didn't 20, 30 years ago when I started in this business. I started 45 years ago, but we didn't know back then. We felt instinctively what people feel, but now there's evidence. We know that the overwhelming majority of Arab people want to live in democratic societies. They share the same values, broadly speaking, as the West, and freedom, pluralism, accountability, equal rights, rule of law. There's a few areas where they diverge because of their cultural traditions, related mostly to sexuality, and some patriarchal things, but there's a strong affinity between ordinary Arabs and Western democratic, constitutional, and pluralistic societies. So there's a strong base to build on if people want to do that. The problem is that these sentiments and values and views of ordinary Arabs are never taken into consideration. The flip side of that is these same Arabs, when they're surveyed, they're asked, who do you see as your main security threat? A majority of them say the United States and Israel, for obvious reasons. So there is a serious problem in terms of how, if we take the US only, how US foreign policy is understood or absorbed by people and ordinary people in the Arab world. So a military leader of an Arab country, a military dictator who took power by a coup, will give you an opinion that we want to be close friends with the US and help us train our army, whereas the vast majority of people in that country want to get rid of that dictatorship, and they don't want foreign aid only for military, they want foreign aid for education and farming and healthcare and things like that. So there is a base on which we can build better collaboration between Western countries and the Arab world. There's been a massive waste of resources, really huge, hundreds of billions of dollars, that from the Europeans, from the Americans, from other countries in the West over the last 30, 40 years. I've lived there this whole time, I've watched it happen, and this has to stop. And the only way it can be fixed is to get the voices, interests, and sentiments of ordinary people involved in the decision-making process. And that can be done without having a democratic system, because we're not going to get democracies right away. We will eventually, I'm sure of it. But you can get consultative mechanisms where individuals, university people, trade unions, school teachers, whatever, men, women, all kinds of people can be involved in looking at decisions and helping to shape how foreign aid is actually used.
Rami Corey's got a magic wand for the day. Your paper talks about a lot of these issues and the pauperization, which I think is really powerful, issues like mass migration, brain drain. What do you use that magic wand to do if you could solve just one problem? And I know there's many. What do you go for? Do you go for low-hanging fruit?
In
how do
terms
you do
of reforms?
Yeah.
Oh, I think there's no question about it. There's actually two, and you can't separate them. One is the rule of law, and two is freedom of expression. You can't help a society change if you can't hear what their people are saying. Freedom of expression is absolutely critical, and that's why many Arab governments are using high-tech capabilities, some of which they buy from Israel and other places, and Russia and others, to silence their critics on social media, or even not on social media. They just have surveillance systems. So you've got to have freedom of expression, whether it's through the media or other mechanisms, and you've got to have the rule of law. You can do this without a democracy initially, but it sounds weird, but the democratic constitutional process with parties and elections and accountability through the legislature, that takes more time, and it will happen eventually. But initially, I would say rule of law, an independent judiciary, and freedom of expression.
Something that comes up a lot in my own research is this concept of sectarianism. And there are some out there that argue that it's gotten worse over the decades and over the years. Where do you see these trend lines going? And if you think that sectarianism is going to get worse, how do we begin to kind of pull back from the brink? Or is this something that, we just learn to live with and mitigate?
Sectarianism, first of all, doesn't hurt the entire Arab world. Many Arab countries don't have different sectarian groups, but where they do exist, like Lebanon or Iraq or Sudan or other places.
And I even mean broader throughout the region, the whole kind of Cold War between Iran and Saudi Arabia and how that impacts others.
Okay, so
geopolitically.
There I would say, again, that Iran-Saudi Arabian situation has been vastly over-exaggerated by Western analysts and governments. The Saudis and Iranians are now in their fourth round of talks. They understand that the region has to be shaped by its own people. They know that. But sectarianism has been used both internally in some countries and regionally to foment distrust and fear. And it's been used partly by the local elites, but also partly by foreign powers. I mean, if the sectarian tensions in Lebanon have always been there. There was problems in the 1860s with the Druze and the Christians and this, but the French colonial powers and the British colonial powers exploited these sectarian differences, and when these countries became independent, the sectarianism was kind of institutionalized. And when the Americans went into to Iraq and brought down the old Ba'athist system, and Paul Bremer, who knew about as much about Iraq as I know about the dark side of the moon, he came in and set up this system of, he wanted to do primaries. He thought he was in Kansas.
Coalition Provisional Authority.
And so he created this ridiculous system of sectarian apportionment, which has led to the problems, partly to the problems we have today. The previous regime in Iraq should be blamed for a lot of it, but the Americans just made it worse. So foreign meddling and political elites who take advantage of people's fears have both made sectarianism a bigger problem than it is. One of the striking things we saw in the uprisings, especially in Lebanon and Iraq, where sectarianism has been institutionalized, was the massive anti-sectarian sentiment of the protesters in the street. And we know from reality on the ground and surveys that about 70–80% of the people of these countries support the protests. They want the government to really reform. And what you had on the street is tremendous inter-religious solidarity and people saying that, my gosh, I never met somebody from the South, or I never met somebody from this group. And when they meet, they said, we realize we suffer the same issues.
Right.
We want the same things. And so they started to develop a national sentiment as citizens of this country, whether it's Lebanon or Sudan or Iraq, it doesn't matter. But this human instinct to live together in peace with your fellow compatriots or nationals quickly affirmed itself once they had a chance to do it. So the sectarian issue is vastly overblown, and it is a consequence of mismanagement internally as well as international penetration of our region.
So it's kind of amazing. We're actually, we only have a few minutes left. I mean, time flies, and every time I end up talking to you again, it's just, and I learn so much. As we close out, we'll hone in on one of the themes of the forum and of the conference, which is cooperation. What's your take on the Abraham Accords, and do you think it's something that's durable? I've been quite critical myself. I think I've called it window dressing in some cases. Other people have been a bit more optimistic and think that there's promise there. Is this true cooperation? Is it going to lead to any kind of real change? Or is this much ado about nothing?
The Abraham Accords are a mercantile business operation among elites who have reasons to want to create new relationships, whether Arab countries who are fearful and want external protection, and some of them are looking for Israel to protect it, or they want to get technology, surveillance technology, or they want to buy American advanced weapons and therefore they do this, or they want to get off the terrorist list, therefore they do this.
Right.
This is a mercantile operation. This is the bazaar in action. You make a deal, you get something, you give something.
Quid pro quo, although that term is
Yeah,
kind
but
of loaded
only
these
among
days.
elites. This is not a people-to-people.
Sure.
There's evidence, we have clear evidence now, that the majority of people in these countries do not really fervently support these, and in many of these countries, they're afraid to say so because they'll get thrown in jail. So I would not take them seriously. They are a sign of some desperation among political elites and some amateurism in national leadership, both in the United States and in the region. So I would not pay much attention to them. They are a reality. And by the way, the Arab countries have all expressed a wish to live in peace with Israel through the Arab Peace Plan. We have all said, every single Arab country signed on to the Arab Peace Plan, which the Saudis initiated, that we will live in total peace and open borders and trade with Israel as long as it lives with the Palestinian state that has its rights, and the refugee issue is resolved according to UN resolutions and to the satisfaction of both sides. So we've given the Israelis a very serious and reasonable opening for the Israelis to have agreements not just with all the Arab countries, but with another 30 or 40 Muslim majority countries that have agreed. So that's the way to do it. Address the core issues, the Palestine, the Zionist, Arabist, or Palestine-Israel conflict, address it to the needs of both sides, legitimate needs, and then you'll have a better ending.
Well, it's been a fascinating conversation, and I can't believe it's come to a close already. So I just want to thank you for your time and for your wisdom. And again, for those that are watching online, those in the audience, go ahead to the SouFonCenter.org, to our website, and you can read the paper that Rami wrote, which focuses on the themes that we talked about here today, as well as case studies on Algeria, Sudan, Iraq, and Lebanon as well. So thank you very much. Thank you to the State of Qatar for the hospitality, and to the Global Security Forum once again for just another amazing couple of days here, talking about issues that really matter and solutions that we hope we could achieve.
And thanks to the Soufan Center and group for showing, and for the Qatari hosts as well, co-hosts, what happens when you get people together who disagree on many things, but talk about them and find the common ground that reflects their shared humanity. So thank you all for doing this.
Thank you. Welcome back. It's my pleasure now to introduce our next panel discussion, focusing on terrorism threats and responses online, the role of ICTs. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Kevin Barron, founding executive editor of Defense One.
Welcome, everyone, to our next session. I am Kevin Barron. I'm the executive editor of Defense One, a national security news site out of Washington, covering the Pentagon and military and all things national security, from industry to policy. And I'm thrilled to be hosting our session today. This one is called Terrorism Threats and Responses Online, the Role of ICTs. And we have two very interesting guests. I think we're going to have a good conversation. First, I have Dina Hussein, Counterterrorism and Dangerous Organizations Policy Head, which is a great title for Europe, Middle East, and Africa from Facebook, joining us from London, I believe. And Irene Poitrano, Senior Research Officer at the Citizen Lab, which is at the University of Toronto in Canada. So this is quite the international panel. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
So we have a lot to talk about, and this is there have been several sessions already on the docket about countering violent extremism and online terrorism. So maybe let's start basic and get into detail as we go along. I know you both have bring interesting perspectives. One literally from Facebook, from inside one of the biggest companies in the world for online issues related to all this area, and at Citizen Lab. So why don't we start by just explaining a little bit about your organizations and your offices, your jobs, your roles of what you do, and how you view the current online extremist threats, whether it's from terrorism to extremism or maybe something else, where we are now after so many years, and where things are going, and also how you view the current landscape of solutions that are on the table and challenges in front of us. So Irene, do you want to start us off with that?
Sure, thank you, Kevin. So as you mentioned earlier, I work for the Citizen Lab. We're a cybersecurity and human rights research lab based at the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy at the University of Toronto in Toronto, Canada. And so we work on different issue areas on cybersecurity and human rights. Of particular concern with regard to this topic on counterterrorism would be our research areas on internet filtering or internet blocking of different websites and applications, as well as for example, the use of commercial spyware by governments and law enforcement around the world in the name of countering terrorism and organized crime. We are also concerned with different app security, the transparency of how our data is used, particularly because increasingly governments and law enforcement are requiring access to user data, again, to counter terrorism. And I think in terms of the challenges that we're seeing in this space is, first of all, there are definitional differences in terms of what counts as terrorism or acts of terrorism, even among, let's say, the OECD countries, which are, of course, liberal democracies, versus, elsewhere in the world, right? And so when companies have to operate globally, such as Facebook and others, and as well as internet service providers who are operating in different countries around the world, they then have to work with these different jurisdictions, different understandings of terrorism and acts of terrorism, which can create fragmentation in terms of how companies deal with this issue. Another concern is the fact that states are increasingly downloading the responsibilities to companies around the world to self-regulate. So this can lead to actions being taken that is outside of the rule of law, and or that are based on vague or unclear laws or terms of service that the companies have, right? And therefore, the concern is that companies are increasingly serving as the gatekeeper of freedom of expression, the arbiter or decision maker over what types of content are allowed and the limits of freedom of expression. And finally, I just mentioned that, banning illegal content or allegedly illegal content can raise multiple concerns. For example, there can be a lack of clarity, as I've already mentioned, in terms of the content being removed. Is it because it's illegal, or is it because of a breach of terms of service? It can also interfere with government investigations or disincentivize them, or get in the way of prosecutions of criminal activities. And then more generally, it can lead to either the over-blocking or over-removal of content, or the under-removal or under-blocking of content. And in terms of carrying out these actions, search engines and social media platforms have communicated their efforts in terms of responding to counterterrorism or disinformation or conspiracy theories online. And the ways in which they've done it has predominantly include content takedowns or the suspension of accounts. And the fear is that, for us as researchers, is the overemphasis on content takedowns, because oftentimes they may occur with limited judicial oversight and an over-reliance on the use of artificial intelligence or algorithms, which can lead to false positives, human errors, even if humans are reviewing them, or censorship, as I've mentioned. For example, there was the case of YouTube removing videos that were uploaded by Syrian activists to document war crimes. So that would be an example of an over-action or over-removal of content due to relying on algorithms. And not to mention, the issue that these users can create different accounts, which, then creates this game of whack-a-mole, right? Like this cat and mouse game between users and platforms. And at worst, it can lead to the victimization or perceived victimization of minorities, like minority ethnic groups or religious groups whose content are impacted by these policies. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, just stop there. That was, a Wild West list of things going on. I mean, it really feels like that. There's so much happening on this one question of how do you police online content? Should we police online content? What and who gets to do it, and why and how? Luckily, Dina gets to answer all those questions on behalf of the entire internet. Okay, maybe not. Maybe from just your office. Dina, give us the same kind of introduction to what you do from your perch and what you're most interested in looking at as well, and we'll start a conversation after that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Kevin. Thank you so much. And I will be asking for a raise now that I am speaking on behalf of the entire internet. That was
it's all in Bitcoin.
Way above my pay grade, I think, Kevin, but hey, I'll take it. So first off, I wanna thank the Soufan Center for the invitation. I wanna thank you, Kevin, for hosting us. And I'm so excited to be on another panel with Irene because it's always an interesting conversation. I think it's really interesting to be having this conversation at this time, mainly because from my perch, as Kevin mentioned in Facebook, we're seeing the entire gamut of interplay between safety, security, demands for voice, demands for privacy. We're also at the very center of this dialogue around the interplay of where do service providers, internet, and social media companies stand within this wider dialogue of keeping the community safe, but understanding that there is the online world and the offline world and how those two interplay. The first thing I wanted to mention is my team at Facebook is a team that we refer to as the Dangerous Orgs and Individuals team. That's a very fancy way of describing a team that really creates the policies around 8 main buckets of abuse types. That's terrorist organizations, hateful organizations, criminal organizations, mass murderers and serial killers, violence-inducing conspiracy networks, and militarized social movements. It's a whole bunch of very, very complex issues that we're facing at any one point in time. And it's a real representation of the evolution that we've seen on the platform and in partnership with other tech and social media companies in the kind of threat and how it's evolving. So I'm going to start with the description of the kind of threat that we're seeing, how it's evolving, and then loop back around to the points that Irene was making about that wider landscape of how our approach to these abusive actors is situated within that conversation around voice and privacy and security. So to begin with, one of the things that I've found really interesting, having worked at Facebook now for almost 4 years, is that when we started out, we really were as a team looking at the main threats coming in from the big three, your Al-Qaeda, your ISIS, your Taliban, and that Salafist jihadist movement presentation on Facebook was very clear and easier to adjudicate, right? You had a clear structure of command and control. You had clear propaganda dissemination nodes, and you were able to, in a pretty straightforward way, identify their newsletters, their propaganda videos because of their logos and the fact that they are actually very good at branding. As we've evolved and as our team has watched the threat evolve, we've seen that we've moved from these clear command and control centers to more amorphous network groups. So we're moving away from this organizational framework to a network and community-based abuse type, really. And it's interesting because that has major impacts on the way that we moderate. Now, you'll hear me say this a lot, but we've got a lot of people working on trust and safety at Facebook. We've got 35,000 people that work generally on that trust and safety bucket. But my team is 350 people strong, looking at countering terrorism and countering hateful organizations. So we're not lacking for human resources in that area. I think there's always space to grow and to do more. But I think it's an interesting thing to see that as we've grown this team, we've grown it because you need human expertise in more areas, in a myriad of areas. And one of the things—
Give us more detail on that team.
Yeah.
Like what kinds of job titles are work on the 350 person team under you?
Absolutely. So we have everybody from people like myself who are former academics, for me, I was studying radicalization processes and looking specifically at the utilization of social media to either radicalize or move forward radical thought. But we've also got partners that are former law enforcement, former civil society, insert 3-letter intelligence agency here type of backgrounds. So we've got a myriad of people. We also have a lot of data scientists. We employ a lot of investigators who understand the forensics and the ins and outs of how people use social media. So we've got a pretty diverse set of folks. So as far as that team goes, we've really started to, so we started in 2016 looking at Southwest jihadist movements. We've now noticed that we're moving into an area where these organizations are now moving to networks that are amorphous. And the next frontier for us is understanding how conspiracy networks and extremists and violent extremists really meld, and how conspiracy networks can implicitly or explicitly lead to people taking action and taking violent action in that manner. And so that's an interesting trend that we're unpacking at any point in time. Another trend that we're unpacking at any point in time is the actual content that we're seeing online. So as I mentioned, when I started in this role and when the team was created, we were looking at propaganda, logoed propaganda, clear instruction manuals, newsletters. That's not the world that we live in anymore. Where we are now seeing things move is towards memes, towards the role of alternative kinds of media that are really visually engaging and that create a really broad entry point for whether it be extremists that are far-right extremists or other types of extremist milieus. But this new form of mimetic dialogue really brings down that barrier to entry, because you're engaging with a meme and you think it's funny, and then it opens a whole new world to you. So those are sort of the threats that I am at any one point in time tracking. And as Irene mentioned, all of the work that we do really is situated within the context of laws and responsibilities that we hold in whichever region that we are working in. And we are a very global company, as you all very well know, which means that, as Irene mentioned, at any point in time, I'm facing multiple different asks from multiple different jurisdictions. And I'm also facing this very interesting dynamic of different protections afforded to different users in different places in the world. And we are trying to level all of that up to say, actually, we're going to provide GDPR compliance for everybody, not just people in Europe. And that is a really good place to start off with. But as legislation becomes more complex and more nuanced and very regional, it would be interesting to have a discussion around how do we unify that? How do we make sure that we're providing these protections to all of our users? And how do we make sure that we can continue to do the job that we do? So that's a lot of information to give you, but I'm sure you'll have some follow-up questions.
That's great, and thanks. But so explain also, we can shift to then the question of solutions to these problems. How much does your team, and forgive me, Irene, for one follow-up to Dina, how much does your team, are you involved in creating solutions or recommend? Do you pass them up to change to another Facebook office, or are you just doing the tracking and letting them know, here's the problem right now?
Yeah, again, all this conversation reminds me that I need to ask for a pay raise. No, we do basically everything. We are a centralized node of basically an ability to understand the threat, an ability to communicate with our content moderators and our intelligence teams in order to make sure that they are tracking all of the different kinds of threats that we're seeing. And then we are responding with the moderations teams to say, okay, if you see this kind of trend, respond in this way, or remove this way, or look for this indicator. And then we're also leveling up and highlighting to our leadership what the landscape looks like, what the threat looks like. On a day-to-day basis, I send up multiple different emails to my manager and to others to say, from the EMEA perspective, here's what we're seeing. I've got counterparts in Asia Pacific that are doing the same. And we are tying in with the wider Facebook infrastructure as well. So we don't just work on the threat landscape. We also talk to our civil rights team to talk about how is the work that we're doing impacting civil rights. We talk to our teams that are looking at, for example, exploitation or trafficking, because that doesn't fall within my remit. But we want to make sure that where there is overlap, we're also communicating there.
So I wanted to ask you that because, Irene, I want from your perspective, is this all music to your ears, or is this all alarming? Because the general public, I think, has such a shallow understanding or even care about all the issues that you're talking about. In their heads, it's companies like Facebook are, social media companies one day are great, and the next day they're horrible, because depending on the news of the day and what the issue is and how it's being framed, whether they're policing themselves or not policing themselves, whether they should or shouldn't, or there's a specific incident that's happened. like, congressional hearings or elections, whatever it may be. So when you hear Dina explain all those details that they're doing, like I said, is that music to your ears, or are there other concerns that start to red flag in the back of your head?
Well, as an academic, I think we take a more nuanced approach. I mean, we certainly, as researchers working in this field, I mean, I think we really appreciate Facebook's efforts in being transparent and taking down organizations. I mean, if we look at, for example, the situation in Myanmar, Facebook has removed a lot of the military pages, right, labeling them as a dangerous organization as well, I believe. But I think we can all agree that more needs to be done because the problem is ever evolving and because the problem is really complex and because Facebook is a global company, right? And so I think, for example, when it comes to dangerous organizations, I mean, releasing the tiers are certainly helpful, but I think a lot of researchers have been demanding, for example, for the list itself to be made public, right? Who are the organizations that have been, or individuals that have been labeled as dangerous, and for what reason are they labeled as dangerous? And then more nuances, I think, in terms of, for example, when Facebook removes content because it is deemed to be in praise of or in support of dangerous organizations. The word praise or support can be really broad, right? And there have been instances of posts that are not in praise of or not in support of, just being critical of the subject matter, but that post was flagged and therefore taken down as well, which I think really goes to show to the complexity of the issues, the complexity of relying on algorithms and then, flagging them for human reviews, realizing that, of course, humans can make mistakes, and also realizing that, the fact that Facebook operates globally, the company, as a company, I think I can appreciate the challenges in terms of ensuring that non-English languages are receiving support, right? And this is why I think we see in Myanmar, there had been criticism that Facebook did not have enough content moderators who were able to speak the language, and as a result, hate speech proliferated on the platform, right? So I think it's important to, as Dina has already pointed out, to continue to do research in the space, to continue to allocate the needed resources in the space, to commit to transparency and meaningful transparency, which entails releasing granular data like the list that I mentioned, the definitions, and working with multi-stakeholders, right? Working with digital rights organizations, with researchers, because the problem is really complex, the problem is global, and therefore it needs multi-stakeholder participation.
That list is fascinating. And just as an example in my head, I'm a journalist. I'm thinking of 15 follow-up questions, and one is, who gets to control that list, or who gets to decide? So, and I don't know, both of you can talk to this, but the idea of a list of terrorists, of potential terrorists or identified people, it's already sensitive enough when the State Department changes its list, and they have all the reasons why they may not want to add even pretty bad actors to that list because of all the legal triggers that start when you do that. So when, this is interesting, as a watchdog wants a private company to do more, in this case, asking the private company to release a public list of what they think, who they think are terrorists, or what they think are, or is it more nuanced than that, Dean? Are these groups that are you using guidance from the State Department Terrorist Watch List, for example, or other types of legal advice to make sure that you're not overstepping bounds or accidentally ruining someone's life or accidentally shutting down, like Irene said, Syrian activists who are trying to post evidence online to for a greater good.
And the list is changing. I'll just add that, right? So for example, Myanmar added the Arakan Army, which is an ethnic armed organization. They designated the Arakan Army as a terrorist organization. And then the Myanmar government designated the Arakan Army as an ethnic armed organization. And then the coup happened. And then the new military government said, oh, we're taking that organization off from the terrorist list. So that means that companies need to adjust to these changing realities as well. Do they adjust, right? Like these are all questions on the list alone.
And it's the same question we're hearing in the military, the Pentagon right now, trying to root out extremism in the ranks or extremist content and define it. And immediately there's a pushback publicly from right-wing media and right-wing supporters going all the way back to include the January 6th, rioters at Capitol Hill being, criticizing any attempt to label them as terrorist or extremists rather than, free speech. As extreme as it might sound or as their actions may have been, it's trying to say that's a different thing than terrorism or extremism speech that even the Pentagon should be allowed to do anything about, much less a private company like Facebook. Dina, what's your reaction to that idea of the list? And can you tell us more of what goes into that?
Yeah, I'm very happy to. So just to take a step back, when we started doing this work, when our team was created in 2016, there was an urgent need for us to assess basically what the most imminent credible threats were on our platform. So when we started with the most severe organizations that we were seeing manifest very clearly on our platforms. As that evolved, we started to look at, one, our legal obligations. So we are a US company, and we've said this on many occasions. As a US company, we have to abide by the foreign terrorist organizations list that comes from the State Department. We also have some sanctions obligations. So those of you who work in this field will be very familiar with the Treasury's OFAC list, and we have some obligations there. So that's the singular tranche of legal obligations that we have that I think it's pretty clear it's not something that we are doing by choice, just because we decided to one day. We're doing it because we have a legal obligation there. And I think as a company, we stand behind that. So that's the initial tranche. The second part of this is to say, we do not comply just generally with the removal of all terrorist organizations globally, right? Because there is a clear understanding that different governments will take different approaches to designations and the utilization of the term a terrorist. And so one of the things that we actually did, and I would urge anybody that's interested in this to look this up, we commissioned our partners over at the Brookings Institute, specifically Chris Maslow and Daniel Byman, to do a very cursory initial assessment of definitions and designations lists that exist out there in the universe. And what they did was they started to assess the different lists that are publicly available by the Five Eyes government. And what they found was really interesting. One of the things that I always draw from it is that when you look comparatively at these government lists, what you're looking at is not a representation of how much real world threat there is coming from these organizations. It's more a representation of an ability of a government or an actor to lobby said government to include or remove entities from that list. And that's why we don't fully rely on government lists when we look across the world. We look at them as an example of severity. We look at why entities were added or removed from that list, but then we do something else. We have our own in-house designation protocol. So when you look at all the tech platforms out there, you'll see that we are one of the very few, we were the first and we are one of the very few that currently have a publicly available definition of terrorist actor, terrorist organization, hateful actor, and hateful organization. You can find that publicly available on our website. If you do a quick search for dangerous orgs and individuals, Facebook, it'll show up in our community standards. So we have that definition that we pull from. We then have a protocol that says, one, if there are new organizations that are coming up out there, can we get our partners in-house, our experts that I mentioned to you, those 350 people, to nominate these organizations as we see them. Once it's been nominated, we then take a look at the entity itself, and we see if it meets the thresholds for that definition that we publicly make available. And we look at their manifestation on our platform, offline indicators. We look at a myriad of things. And then it goes through what we call an evidentiary process, right? Like you have to put documentation behind this. We need to make sure that there is a clear line of evidence as to why we want to include this entity on the list. And then once that's completed, it's sent up to leadership to make sure that everything is fine-tuned, that it's correct, and that there is a robust amount of information there. And that's how an entity is included on our list. So it is an incredibly robust process, and we've brought in people who have been doing that for many years, doing this research work, this assessment work, this designation work. So that's how an entity gets on our list. Irene's point is very well taken. The calls for the transparency around this list to increase have been coming for many years, and I cannot tell you how much I hear you when you say that, Irene. There are a few reasons why we have not yet put this out in the public. The first is we've seen that when we do on occasion disclose whether or not an entity is designated, immediately that entity will change its name, will change its branding, will change its logo to try and get back on our platform. So that's not to say that that's the reason. I'm saying that's one of the things that we look at is that going to be a way for those entities on that list to try and bypass our systems? The second thing that is really important is to say that when we release this list, there are a lot of very dangerous actors on this list that are in places in the world where we have offices. And we've seen, again, and this has happened in Europe on a few occasions, that our people have been targeted as a result of people being on this list that are not happy that they are on this list. And then finally, and I know this is not something that's always a top of mind for everybody, when we do release these lists, we are opening up to a lot of legal dialogue, and there's a legal conversation that also has to be had there. I try to avoid that legal conversation as much as I can, but it is an aspect of this dialogue. But that is all to say that those are the things that we have to grapple with, but we're not stopping there. We're saying that we're going to continue to try and push for this list to be released. And if not fully, I'm trying to release more information about that designations process, making sure that where I can, I'm sharing the thresholds that we use. What are we looking at from an evidence perspective? Are we looking at timelines? And I will give a huge hat tip to the fact that we have an oversight board that's also very engaged in this topic and have been advocates for this. So I hear you. We are trying to move this forward internally as well. The last thing that I will say on the designations process is something that Irene mentioned. As a result of our designations, there are certain things that will happen to content around these organizations. Number one, for terrorist and hateful organizations, we remove praise, support, and representation of those entities. That's what Irene was highlighting. So you're not allowed to represent yourself, i.e. say, I am a member of ISIS, I am a member of Al-Qaeda, whatnot. You're not allowed to provide any sort of financial support, call to action on behalf of these entities, but also you're not allowed to praise them. Now, we used to leave it at that. We used to say praise, support, and representation and leave it at that. But as a result of the calls for transparency that Irene has been a big part of, we've now released a very detailed breakdown of that praise, support, and representation bucket. And one of the things I'm hoping to do in the next year is to release examples as well, so that not only are we giving you the breakdown itself, but we're also giving you an idea of what this might look like when it manifests.
So Irene, she's telling you, they're trying to do what watchdog groups want, and that they're listening to what you're saying. My thoughts on what I'm hearing is this all sounds good, but this is what a company as big as Facebook is able to do. What about all the other companies that aren't as big, that don't have 350 people, part of the 35,000 person network, and also maybe separate from that too, I'm thinking of the groups. Of course, as we say in our world, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, right? So it's easy to say perhaps Al-Qaeda, but what do you do about the Taliban, who just now became the leaders of an actual country, whether they're internationally recognized or not? They're the latest of a long string of terrorist organizations, like the PLO, like in Northern Ireland and many other areas that have tried to go from freedom fighting or terrorist organization to legitimate governing body, or have some sort of ability to do that. And I know in London, for example, and in Great Britain, there are laws that are farther out, restrictive laws more than the United States has on what you're allowed to say and do online, even where you're allowed to go as a private citizen. As a journalist, you're supposed to be exempt from these, but in Britain, you're not. There are homeland laws that are different. So. What are your thoughts on what you heard from what she said and on those smaller points that I'm thinking about other groups besides Facebook and the future of this, little more complicated list of terrorists when we don't have obviously Al-Qaeda, obviously Taliban, obviously ISIS as the enemy that the West is fighting?
Thank you, Kevin. I mean, these are great questions, and dare I say it's a $64,000 question, right? I think these are questions that companies are trying to solve, large and small, except the difference is, as you rightly pointed out, smaller companies don't have the kind of resources that Facebook has, right? And even after all of those resources, they still need to do more. I think we all recognize that. So I can imagine what the challenges are like for us organizations that are a lot smaller. And I think this is why experts like the former UN Special Rapporteur David Kaye and others have said there is a need to focus on, first of all, using a rights-based approach. So using international human rights norms and principles, as opposed to, trying to play this cat and mouse games with different governments, right? With different levels of legitimacy, some might have like overly broad and vague laws that also do not comply with international human rights standards and norms. And so when companies then try to follow or try to abide by those laws, and obviously you're creating more problems, right? And therefore there is a need to use more of a rights-based approach as opposed to a fragmented country by country approach. I think a lot of experts have been calling for that. And as well, the need to focus more on the process, getting clarity on the process, which, as Dina has helpfully outlined, what Facebook has been trying to do, as opposed to, focusing specifically on or only focusing on the types of content, right? I think there needs to be more transparency into the processes in which content gets determined in the first place, and the rationale as to why. And this relates to my point earlier about the need to release granular data so that researchers can also, have an insight into how companies are making these decisions. And I think because of the complexity of this space, again, I'm going to reiterate the need for companies, large and small, to work with civil society, to work with journalists, to work with experts in the field, so that they are not alone in making these decisions and potentially, risking a PR nightmare or at worst, a genocide, right, being perpetrated through the platform.
I mean, are we at a... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to jump in and just jump in a little on the small platform issue you flagged, because I think Irene is making a really good point here. We can be held to account because, rightly so, we should be held to account. We're a large-scale company operating across the globe. I think that's a very fair assessment. But one of the things that I used to do before I joined Facebook is look at how you look at the infrastructure of social media as a whole and how it can be abused and manipulated. And when I joined the company, Facebook had been one of the 4 companies that had come together and said, okay, we all have a lot of resources. It was us at Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, and YouTube. And we'd all come together to start having these conversations around, how are you doing this? How are you addressing this? Are you using AI? What are you doing there? And then we decided, oh, wait, why not formalize this? And so we created something called the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. And the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, when it was created in 2017, aimed to do 3 main things: prevent terrorist abuse of the internet, learn from each other, understand what kind of behaviors are manifesting, and then respond collectively. And when it was started, it was for big major companies, and the aim was to level up the baseline best practices of everybody in the industry. So fast forward to now in 2021, where we have pushed GiftCT and it's become its own independent NGO. It now has 17 different members that are a range of members, from us who are large scale companies to very small, one person, basically companies like Just Paste It, with the eye to be inclusive in the way that Irene is mentioning. So GiftCT was for industry by industry structure. It now is independent, and it includes civil society members on our independent advisory council. It includes also government partners as well, but it includes a lot of academics as well as other tech companies, to all work together to address this holistically. Because I will say, one of the results of me doing my job well is somebody else's job will become very hellish. A smaller platform will see an increase of users jump from my platform to another platform. And if you're interested at all in reading about this, I'm going to pitch one more academic. I promise I will stop giving you all homework. But we have partners that we're looking at how these different platforms are used and mapping this ecosystem. And if you're interested, Ali Fisher and Nico Pruha have written an excellent paper that looks at the 3 kind of categories of social media and service providers talking about beacons that provide a stream of information and gather as many eyeballs as possible, content stores, locations where you're uploading content and users can have access to that, and then content aggregators. So that entire ecosystem is something we're also trying to help with. So to Kevin's point and to Irene's point, not only do we have a responsibility to do it in-house, we acknowledge that if we do our job well, it's going to affect that ecosystem, and we have a responsibility to help everybody outside.
I think this is helpful to always hear said out loud, because again, I think the larger public perception of this issue is just still at the elementary level of, should a government do it or should Mark Zuckerberg do it himself? Who should police the content and who should have the power? But what you're describing is a far more intricate network of players and stakeholders, from academics to small, large companies and government and intelligence in the other world. I wanted to make sure we get some other topics in the hour, including a little bit more about states like China, and also Dina, the blend of extremism and conspiracy theories, and the more and to Irene too, the threats that are less easily defined and even more problematic when it comes to free speech. One of the other companies that maybe that extremism, or terrorist groups could flip to would be something like TikTok, something that's based out of a country like China. That's none of the same cautions or concerns of Western governments have, but still have all the same of a company that wants to be successful and doesn't want to be, fomenting terrorism. What are the concerns with specifically to China that either one of you have of the issue of extremist content on these platforms? I mean, you could take it if you want to start.
Sure. I mean, it would have been great to have someone from TikTok on this panel. I think the organizers tried, but unfortunately that wasn't possible.
Sure.
I mean, I would just say, I think, again, relating it back to my earlier point about the definitional differences, right? I mean, I think China certainly takes a different view as to what makes a terrorist versus liberal democracies, right? And so I think that alone is the starting point of the problem, right? And what happens is you have ethnic minority groups, minority ethnic groups rather, or you have minority religious groups that are then designated as terrorists. And we certainly see that terrorism is one of the justifications that was made, for example, with all the horrible things that the government is doing in the province of Xinjiang, where the Muslim minority live. And I think I would like to highlight that when it comes to how governments treat these minority groups, and certainly China is not the only country that has done this, characterize a minority ethnic or religious group as terrorist. I think the fear is that these populations and where they live almost become a laboratory of, different technologically mediated efforts to surveil and control them. For example, using different tools, from having CCTV cameras installed on their front doors, and if they avoid using the front door, then that flags them as a suspicious individual, as a deviant individual. That means that they need that they require further surveillance. To using different combinations, I guess, of surveillance strategies, all under the guise of countering terrorism. So I think this definitional problem is more than just academic, but it has real implications in terms of how governments treat its people around the world. And again, I will stress that China is definitely not unique in this case.
Yeah, and Dina, how do you? Like Irene said, China, calls Hong Kong protesters as terrorists sometimes. And so how does your in-house shop, for example, react to or treat or adjust those other types of, when a country as big as China is trying to block that kind of speech, or how that kind of influence?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the China question is really interesting, but I will also say that it's not just China. We see this happening in many very large countries that may view LGBTQ rights as a terrorist, a potential national security threat, or view political entities that oppose them as a national security threat. In China, one of the interesting things that we look at from the Facebook perspective is, again, we have a framework to define what a terrorist actor is. And if you meet that criteria, and if you meet that rigorous protocol that we've described, that's how we then will add you to the designations list. So there isn't an option for us to just default to a list that the Chinese government, for example, is giving us. So we've built in protections there. But when we're looking at countries like China and others, I will repeat, we're not just looking at terrorism, we're looking at other kinds of operations that are being conducted on our platform. And I think one of the things that we have worked with Irene and other organizations on is transparency around when we see something like that. Not only do we address this in-house, we look at it in-house, we're looking at, are these organizations that really are terrorist actors? If they're not, then are they minorities? And should we be adding additional protections? And if they are minorities, are we seeing inauthentic state actors trying to maliciously attack them on our platform? How do we address that? And how do we be as transparent as possible? So if you get a chance to, one of the things that we do now is we disclose when we see any sort of information operation or influence operation that's happening on our platforms. And that is something that comes to play here with these state actors that are trying to manipulate our platform. So that's one thing. The other thing that I will say is this is also an inclusion, a sort of breadth versus depth part of the conversation, because we talked about TikTok. We've talked about other smaller platforms as well here. When we look at countering terrorism, there's a question here of how open do we want to be in involving all of these other tech companies that might be based in places like China? Is the end goal of removing that worst of the worst, very severe content off global platforms as a whole and small tech platforms in different parts of the world important enough? And what are the kinds of protections we need to put in place when we're trying to apply this globally? So what we've done as the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism is we've said we have a list that is agreed upon by everybody, and it's the UN Consolidated Counterterrorism Sanctions List. That's it. That's where we got to, because different organizations disagree here. But that's a baseline because we're trying to be inclusive. And so if you are trying to upload any content tied to Hong Kong protests and you're trying to upload that to the GIFCT's hash sharing database, it will not be allowed it because we've agreed on a taxonomy. We're trying to be inclusive of as many people as possible because we're trying to get this content off. But it's a really important point to have a conversation around. When it comes to terrorism, do we want to include more people in this conversation in order to take down as much of this abusive content as possible? Or do we want to be selective at around who we bring to the table?
Yeah, so Irene, that's all fine if Facebook is doing that, but what about when Parler starts up, right? And a group that might be, that may not have the same desire to adhere to any of these rules or ethical norms, much less a United Nations dictated or a sanctioned or approved list of behaviors, and want to just do what they want to do. They're a propaganda shop, or they're maybe mimicking a social media platform like a Twitter or a Facebook or the traditional bigger ones that we hope and think will police themselves in a certain way. Is the Parler case the exception that we don't need to worry so much about, or is that the future?
I mean, that's a great question, but I do worry that if we start making exceptions for one, then, we need to make exceptions for others. And then, we're already in a very messy situation to begin with. And so I think I would go back again to the need to use international human rights norms and standards, the need to, when you're making these decisions about, whether to take down content or not, and how fast and et cetera, all the nitty gritty details that matter, right? When it comes to this space, the need is for states to be involved. I mean, at the end of the day, companies are operating within a state's jurisdictions. Companies need to abide by the laws of the state in which they operate in, which, as we've already discussed, can create problems for global companies like Facebook. And, I think we need to still ensure that whatever actions we take in the space is legitimate, it's necessary and proportionate. And because human error does happen, right? When you're making these decisions, there needs to be accountability, obviously, and transparency into how these decisions are made. And at the end of the day, there needs to be grievance procedures, right? I mean, as much as say, Facebook tries to be careful in terms of the content that it removes, human error does happen. Things get flagged by the algorithm that it shouldn't. And so when it comes to content or users that are impacted by these issues, there needs to be a remedy mechanism. And I think, these are really complex issues, and companies need to work together with states in terms of tackling them.
I'm reminded of, I've heard, you probably have all heard too, Brad Smith of Microsoft goes around the world making speeches, and he frequently calls for a kind of common set of rules for the road for cyber actors when it comes to cybersecurity.
The Digital Geneva Convention, yeah.
Right. And, I put the question straight to General Nakasone, the head of the National Security Agency and Cyber Command, at a forum in Asia with representatives from China, China's government, on the panel in uniform, saying, what do you think about agreeing to a certain rules of the road for everyone? And his answer was, sure, you first. The idea that, that the head of U.S. Cybercom says that's a wonderful idea, but his instant reaction is, sure, you first. There's just no trust or faith in it. So what I want to ask, maybe Irene, is you're at a university. Do you have a sense of the generation coming up of how they feel these issues? Are they excited and knocking on the door of the center? They want to work in this world of making a better internet, finding better ways? Are they leaning more toward the security side, more toward the free speech side? Do they have a sense of what we're talking about here?
Great question, Kevin, and I'll try to end on a positive note. So I think, working at a university, dealing with a lot of people who are a lot younger than me, I think we're dealing with a generation who grew up with the internet, right? Like, I still remember a time when the internet didn't exist, or at the very least, it was a dial-up internet. Whereas I think for a lot of the people who, I come across with at the university, they are digital natives, as they're called, right? And I do think that, having grown up with the internet, I don't think that, anybody would be naive about it. I don't think most people are naive about it. They understand, the students that I come across with, for example, they understand the challenges when it comes to being on the internet, right? All the bullying and harassment and abuse that a lot of people have encountered online, particularly women, particularly young women. And so at the same time, though, I think having grown up with the internet, maybe they're also optimistic about it. And in fact, and this comes up in a lot of the conversations that I have in terms of, brainstorming ideas, how do we get to a better internet than it is today, which is, polarizing, and as I said, full of abuse and harassment, targeting certain groups of people, whether it's women or minorities. And I would like to plug a book written by the Citizen Lab director, Ron Deibert, called Reset. And I think this kind of alludes to your question, Kevin, which is, I think there is a need to reset how we think and use the internet. I think how the internet has developed today has, of course, been made possible by states and private companies and technical people and academics and all of that. But I think there is a need to restrain, perhaps, in terms of how we use the internet. Especially, as you know, addiction has also become a problem among young people in terms of the amount of hours they spend online, but also, again, how we use the internet, right? And so I think resetting the internet in terms of using it for good, resetting it in terms of not just kind of downloading everything to the private sector and hoping that they can solve any and all of our problems. But again, bringing it back to how the internet began, right? Which was really a multi-stakeholder arrangement. You had technical people, academics, businesses, and the state. We all need to work together to make the internet better. And I think in general, there is an optimistic sense among the youth. And so I share that optimism as well.
No, that's helpful to hear. And you're right. Some of us existed in a time before the internet. And so we still look at it sometimes as an other, not as just the inherent world we live in. And we've always been a part of. And not having those experiences growing up in it as an adolescent, especially young women, minorities especially, there's just a completely different lens that you go to that with. Let's shift. We all wanted to talk a little bit more about domestic extremism or however you want to call it, other than terrorism threat concerns in our countries and continents and our issues that we're looking at. So Dina, as you've got Europe, Middle East, Africa in your purview, talk to us a little bit about the difference of tracking terrorist organizations and people versus the rise of right-wing speech, of hate speech, and through the election cycles that we've been through. It's happened. We know about it now. What's being done about it, and what are the solutions on the table that we should be looking out for, or that you would like to see happening more?
Thanks for the question, Kevin. I think, again, to end on a good note, similar to what Irene was saying earlier, we do have a lot of opportunities here. And I think especially the tech industry as a whole has access to immense amounts of information about the way that our users interact with our services and the opportunities we have there to help and support. So one of the things that happened over the last 2 years that was really interesting to us was seeing the impact of conspiracy networks and conspiracy theories on these networks of individuals. And trying to really understand that dynamic between when a conspiracy theory goes from being benign to being violent. And we spent a lot of time trying to understand that, because one of the things that's really interesting about conspiracy theories, from my perspective, is that they don't all start off very violent, right? Something has to allow you entry into this dialogue. And usually it's something that is very benign. For example, do you want to protect children from being exploited, which was the case for a lot of people around QAnon, for example. And when we were looking at that, we were noticing that the indicators that we were looking at before, that clear indicator that I talked about around organizational affiliation, command and control, dissemination of propaganda, goes out the window when it comes to conspiracy theories. When it comes to conspiracy theories, you're really looking at a network of people that have a shared set of common agreed upon beliefs to a certain extent, but are willing to evolve those sets of beliefs as other intrusions come to play. So when we were looking at that, we were trying to understand, how do we encourage people who are in this cycle, who are maybe caught up in the middle of this information cycle, to find other resources and find help. So we started to introduce something called the redirect method, which, full disclosure, we sort of stole from our Google colleagues who did really well applying this for YouTube and looking at how they could find individuals that were potentially at risk and provide resources for them. So what we do at Facebook is, in the search bar that you have atop your Facebook page, if you enter specific terms, so for example, 1488 is one that we have found is a very specific in-group term. It's a dog whistle term, it's an in-group term, where it's the 14 words of white supremacy, and 88, which is the 8th letter of the alphabet, Heil Hitler. So if you're looking at that, and if you're looking for that, what is really dangerous is, on other platforms, you're looking for content. On Facebook, you're looking for a community. And again, when we're talking about that conspiracy theory and conspiracy network world, a community plus that potential for violence is a very dangerous thing. So when you do search for these terms that we've identified, you will then be served what we call a module that will indicate to you that we know that these are terms that might indicate a violation of our terms of service, or that they are putting the community at risk, and we'll offer you to click here for more help, and we'll redirect you to a NGO partner, not to us, to a separate NGO partner that has an authoritative voice, that has people working in it that understand the struggles of the individuals searching for these terms, and can provide off-ramping services. In the US, we work with Life After Hate, which is an excellent organization that if you haven't been able to look them up, please do. And we've seen really great engagement, so great that we've actually implemented this in other places, including Australia. We're doing this in Asia Pacific. We're doing this in Germany, and we're hoping to expand more. But the important thing I want to emphasize is Facebook telling you not to become an extremist is like your parent telling you not to take drugs. It's quaint, it's lovely, but we're not the authoritative voice. And so finding these partners is incredibly important. So that's one of the things. The other thing that I will highlight, and I know we don't have very much time here, but I'm looking at moving forward just for us to think on together, is when it comes to extreme right-wing or neo-Nazi and white separatist movements and their interaction with conspiracy theories, I have two academic partners, Marc-Andre Argentino and Amarnath Amarsingham, who did a really excellent assessment of where conspiracy theories are going to go next. And one of the things that we as a tech company are looking at are violent conspiracy theories don't just stay violent and then go benign. What they do is you'll notice that they are funneling users from that violent conspiracy network to others that are now softer. So we're looking out for the next conspiracy theory that we need to be very aware of. The other thing that we may see is fragmentation of these users, but then moving to other tech platforms. So again, we're very aware of outlinking and where this next threat could come from. So that's just a bit of what I'm looking at this point in time.
And Irene, we're down to like about 4 minutes or so left. What are the solutions you're tracking or wanting to see more of when it comes to this world? Conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just to stress the need for there to be more accountability, transparency. I've already mentioned meaningful transparency, and for there to be independent oversight of platforms, but also working together with researchers, allowing insight by researchers into these platforms and the processes and the things that they're doing, the decisions that they're making when it comes to the space, I think is really important. And I would think that it would be a good thing for the company, because then they have partners who they can work with. Dina has highlighted a number of them. So I do think that these cross-sectoral collaborations need to continue, because this problem is really complex and therefore it needs multi-stakeholder engagement.
Dina, this off-ramping, how long has this been, how many years has this been happening at Facebook? And you mentioned you've seen success. What kind of metrics can you tell us? I mean, you have a list of terrorists that you've turned into non-terrorists. Is it that simple?
I wish it were that simple. The unfortunate thing is we have a lot that we're grappling with at any point in time. So we're probably not going to be able to say we fixed it any point soon, but we've been doing this since 2019. The expansion to other regional locations has happened over the last year and a half. From a metrics perspective in the US, we saw in the US and in other places, a minimum of a doubling of their incoming traffic. But I can't really, beyond that, I can't really share the metrics because it's the partner's website and it's the partner's engagement. And we have our own monitoring and evaluation of what happens to the users once they're done. And it is positive. We're seeing engagement that goes beyond just click-through. So we have the click-through rate that has doubled to these partners' websites, but then we're seeing that the conversation keeps going and they are able to then engage with them long-term, which is really positive. I think another thing that we're seeing is it's not just going to end at serve up a redirect program. What I'm looking at, and this is something that within the 350 team, within the 15-person team in policy, within my vertical, I'm looking at how do we holistically address these violent networks beyond just leave up and take down. So if you are a member of the academic circle, you are very familiar with the critique of whack-a-mole approach that J.M. Berger coined, which is a critique of just taking down content where you can. And one of the things that we're doing is we're going to say, we're not just going to look at content, we're going to look at behavior, and we're going to look at how we can find networks of that abusive behavior and black out those networks and then serve them up something similar to the redirect method that's catered to that abuse type. Because I can't talk to a Salafist jihadist about, you know, how to offer up them if in the same way that I'm going to talk to a neo-Nazi in Scandinavia somewhere. So making these bespoke services available to our users in a way that addresses the way that they are using our platform is the next frontier, because that's the way that we get an ecosystem approach, right? We're taking down the content where we need to, we're addressing behavior instead of content where we're seeing that as the abuse type, and then we're serving up support. So that's sort of the next frontier in my mind.
Guys, I think we're at the end of our time, and I wish we weren't. These are fascinating conversations. And again, I think the fact that we're talking about online extremism all the way, like you said, from whether it's neo-Nazis in Scandinavia to, violent extremism in the Middle East, to jihadists, to China, to spying, to espionage, to LGBTQ communities, women, it affects everybody. And I think I've heard from what I can gather from both of you is that there is and needs to remain even more a community-based approach to these solutions that involves government, that involves companies, that involves watchdogs and researchers and academics. To do it all together, it's not a A/B situation. And I'll say again, the other common thread I keep hearing, I think, is that it relies on a whole lot of trust in these organizations, maybe trust but verify, but when of who gets to make these decisions, when it's controversial, even when the military tries to root out their own extremists versus companies trying to do it at national, global levels. So thank you for your time and for offering these really frank assessments of what you're doing and about each other and about the community. And I hope to see more of both of you out and about. And thanks again to the Soufan Center for our panel. And I guess stay tuned for the next one.
Thanks so much for a great panel to Kevin, Dina, and Irene. Next, we will have remarks by Inspector General Boy Rafli Amar, National Counterterrorism Agency Chief, Indonesia.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Indonesia. At the outset, allow me to convey my appreciation to Soufan Center for inviting the National Counterterrorism Agency of the Republic of Indonesia to attend the Global Security Forum 2021. I'm also honored as the head of BNPT to provide remarks for the panelist discussion on security, competition, and cooperation in Asia and the Pacific against the backdrop of the August panel discussion. States, particularly in Asia and the Pacific, are confronted by complex and interlinked challenges from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Two issues relates to BNPT field of work, that is countering terrorism and violent extremism. These challenges, if left unattended, will certainly have a negative impact on the future of the region's peace, stability, and security. Let me now talk about the challenges of the region in confronting violent extremism and terrorism. as this is the areas of expertise of the institution that I'm heading. In terms of the statistic, according to the Global Terrorism Index 2020, 11 out of 19 countries in Asia Pacific improve, reducing the impact of the terrorism in the region for the second consecutive year. Moreover, it was recorded that death from terrorism in Asia Pacific account for just over 3% of the global total since 2022, and of those 7,350 fatalities, over 3,000 have occurred in Philippines. The statistics shows a promising development on the impact of terrorism in the region. However, the region has not fared well in its Global Peace Index 2021. It was recorded that the Asia Pacific had deteriorated slightly in 2020 due to increasing number of deaths from internal conflict and increasing military expenditure. This may be worrying development for the region, based on the assumption that the main driver of terrorism itself is conflict, internal conflict in the region itself. During the COVID-19 pandemic has not ceased as well, running in its second year of the pandemic. We have seen developments of internal conflict rifting through various countries such as Myanmar and the latest is Afghanistan. The power struggle in the region have also increased military expenditure. The Australia, UK, US alliance, for example, justify such assumption that the region may face an armed race. This in effect may hamper peace and security of the region. And it starts with conflict being internal or interstate. This reminds me also of the 13th Secretary General of the UN's report on the threat posed by ISIL to international peace and security, where it was mentioned that the threat of terrorism has increased in conflict zone, where pandemic-related restrictions have less impact. Therefore, if such development progress towards internal and external conflict in countries of the region, it may due to provide the breeding ground for violent extremism and terrorism, be it homegrown or those influenced by international terrorist organizations such as ISIL and Al-Qaeda. Ladies and gentlemen, this comes to my next premises, where what are the risks associated with terrorism during the COVID-19 pandemic. In June last year, the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Executive Directory, UNCTAD, prognosed the potential short-term and long-term risks associated with the terrorism is during the pandemic. In a nutshell, the short-term risks are identified by increased use by internet and hold captivated audience where terrorist groups would use this opportunity to further their narratives, as well as act as an alternative service provider. During the pandemic, in the long run, the risk is coupled with budgetary constraint of governments and non-state actors in countering terrorism, as well as the increase of underlying grievances and driver due to the such socio-economy and impact of the pandemic. This holds true in the case of Indonesia. BNPT survey conducted by its coordinating from Forum for Terrorism Prevention, FKPT, into 2020 concluded that the potential for radicalization through the internet was higher among young women compared to their male peers. The survey also concluded that the impact was high, particularly among the Generation Z, millennials, and urban area during the pandemic. It is without doubt that terrorists still target younger audience in their means for disseminating propaganda, recruitment, and act of terrorism. The latest attack in Makassar, Sulawesi, by a young couple and the attack by a young woman to the police headquarters in Jakarta evident those assumptions. Moreover, I'm appreciative of the research of the Sofwan Center in June 2021 on terrorism and counterterrorism in Southeast Asia, emerging trends and dynamic, which highlight three important findings. First, suicide bombing are becoming an increasingly prevalent terrorist tactic in Southeast Asia. Second, the terrorist landscape in Southeast Asia has witnessed a growing women as perpetrators of the terrorist violence, a trend that is likely to continue. Third, self-radicalization online abbreviates the radicalization to months rather than years, with acceleration in this time frame widely attributed to information and communication technology, including increased use of the social media. These findings are empirical as the correlative with BNPT's primary concern with the surge of terrorism case since 2015, involving women, confiscation for bomb-making materials by the Indonesian National Police, and misuse of the internet for terrorist purposes, including terrorist financing. On the latter, concern is advocate toward the prevention of self-radicalization online. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the means for addressing this predicaments? How are we to act upon it at the national and regional level? The BNPT is an institution that primarily function as coordinating board for advocating and formulating measures, strategies, and policies. It has an international cooperation division, which also function to advocate police policy at the bilateral, regional, and multilateral level. In this regard, allow me to highlight some of the main policies advocated by BNPT at the national and regional level in addressing the above predicaments. First, in the addressing the driver of the violence, extremism, conduct to the terrorism. Since 2017, BNPT has embarked on formulating a national action plan in preventing and countering violent extremism leading to terrorism. This was promulgated through the presidential regulation number 7 of 2021, aimed at securing the safety and the Indonesian citizen from the harmful effect of the violent extremism. The National Action Plan consists of 3 pillars focusing on the prevention, national preparedness, counter-radicalization, and de-radicalization, law enforcement, witness and victims, protection and strengthening legislative framework and partnership, and international cooperation. The NAP consists of the 130 action lines to be implemented by 48 ministries and agencies through a whole of the government and society approach. Focus of the work relate to the prevention of online radicalization, empowering women and youth, empowering civil society, and building resilience at the local communities. Second, at the regional level, BNPT has advocated a number of strategic policy initiatives, such as the ASEAN Plan Action to Prevent and Counter the Rise of the Radicalization and Violent Extremism, adopted in 2018. And its subsequent to work plan, the so-called Bali Work Plan, as means for implementation of the ASEAN Plan of Action. In a large regional setting, BNPT had also advocated for the adoption of the ASEAN Regional Forum statement on preventing and countering violent extremism conducive to terrorism in 2019. This document served as a means for the regional organization to implement various projects and programs to address the drivers of violent extremism. Most notably, the means for prevention at the primary, secondary, and tertiary level. This regional document follow suits with the UN Secretary General's call for instilling international effort to prevent violent extremism. Ladies and gentlemen, some may say these are mere documents adopted to engage in topic of national, regional, and international concern. However, this document and entail a regional political commitment to address the underlying issues of violent extremism and terrorism. It serves also as a reminder for the region to forge cooperation and lay the groundwork for the building peace and security, including regional resilience from violent extremism and terrorism. It is a response to the ever-changing dynamic of the regional security architecture. In conclusion, cooperation remains a keyword rather than competition. In reality, competition prevails. However, it is well understood that no country can prevent and combat violent extremism, terrorism alone. Therefore, cooperation, particularly regional and international cooperation, becomes eminent cooperation in the driving force for the region, particularly in Asia and Pacific, is addressing the scourge of violent extremism and terrorism. This is the spirit of multilateralism and principle that Indonesia is adamant. I thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Some really poignant words there from Inspector General Boy Rafli Amar from the National Counterterrorism Agency Chief of Indonesia. Next up, we will have a panel discussion focusing on security, competition and cooperation in Asia and the Pacific. This will be moderated by Mr. Brian Bender, Senior National Correspondent from Politico.
Hello and welcome. I am Brian Bender, Senior National Correspondent at Politico, and I am thrilled to be here today moderating what I think is going to be a great panel discussion on security, competition, and cooperation in the Asia Pacific. We have a terrific group of panelists here. I'd like to get right to introducing them. First up, we have Dr. Wahaguru Paul Sidhu, who is a professor at New York University. We also have Dr. Ahmed Al-Mahamadi, who is Associate Fellow of the International Center for Counterterrorism in The Hague. We also have Ms. Maya Mirchandani, a Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. Also following her, Dr. Shashi Jayakumar, who is a Senior Fellow and Head of the Center of Excellence for National Security at the S. Rosartam School of International Studies. And lastly, last but not least, Dr. Asfandyar Mir Affiliate at the Center for International Security and Cooperation at Stanford University. So we truly have a global group of experts here to engage in this discussion. And I want to start off, a lot of the discussion these days when we talk about the Asia Pacific, of course, is the rise of China and how countries in the region, how the United States and its allies in the region are responding to China's activities. But China does not present the only security issue in the region. There are a lot of others, and one of them, of course, is terrorism and global groups that are of a concern for countries in the region, but also concern for countries outside the region who worry that these groups might have designs in terms of launching attacks elsewhere. And so I'd like to begin the conversation by going around the region and in some ways doing an anatomy of sorts. When we're talking about global terrorism in the Asia Pacific, what exactly are we talking about? Who are we talking about? What groups? What are their aims? What are their goals? What is driving these groups to pose the threat that they they pose. So maybe we'll begin first. If it's okay, Shashi, maybe we'll start with you. But if you look at the Asia Pacific region and think about the terrorist threat, take us on a little bit of a tour. What do you see as the most aggressive, most organized terrorist groups in the region? And then maybe we can get some of the other panelists to weigh in as well on that question.
Sure, Brian. Thanks very much. I'm honored to have the opportunity to be here. For any analyst who looks at these issues, terrorism, extremism in Southeast Asia, and I'm doing so in a think tank capacity now. I formerly looked at these issues when I was in Singapore government. So I think I've seen both sides of the story to some degree. The story for many of us began with the 9/11 attacks, because very quickly you've got the Al-Qaeda affiliate in this part of the world, which is the JI, the Jamaah Islamiyah, planning, fomenting, and indeed in some cases, successfully carrying out attacks in this part of the world. And this includes the Bali 1 bombings, but that's October 2002. There are subsequent successful bombings by JI and the more violent parts of the JI offshoots, particularly in Indonesia. They tried in Singapore, they came very close. In fact, in 2001, and there was a series of interdictions, arrests by the Singapore authorities, and they're put through a rehab process. We can come to that in a second. But that's Singapore and Indonesia. And of course, Ahmad here is going to deal, I'm sure, very capably with the Malaysian situation. I'm not going to touch on that. But I did want to point out that even though groups remain active and present in Southeast Asia 20 years later, and this includes Jamaah Islamiyah, there are a few others, even though groups are still there, at least in Singapore and for some of the rest of the region, from the mid part of the 2000s decade, you start to have self-radicalized individuals who in some ways are equally dangerous, even though they're not necessarily tied to any one terrorist group. So when the first self-radicalized Singaporean, not tied to a group, was detained, his name was Bashir, lawyer, successful, went to the best school in Singapore called Raffles, which incidentally I went to as well. I did not know him, by the way. This is a sea change in thinking, which is necessitated on the part of security practitioners and think tankers as well, because it's quite shocking that you've got people who are highly committed, potentially very, very dangerous. In Singapore, you've all done national service, military service, if you're male, obviously. And you start to see that in other parts of Southeast Asia as well. And then, of course, there's a noticeable pickup in the years leading up to and after the declaration of the caliphate by Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, June 2014. There was a trickle to Syria and the Middle East before, but from that point on, you've got people who arguably are self-radicalized, but take on the cloak or mantle of ISIS. And from Singapore, a small number actually went to Syria, Iraq. They're mostly thought to have been killed. From Indonesia, hundreds. And of course, you have to include the families for the Indonesians as well. And for Malaysia, I'll let Ahmad talk about this, but also in the hundreds, but I believe slightly less than the Indonesian number. So the clarion call, I think, must be to look at three different disparate issues. One is the remnants of the old groups, including JI. Second is self-radicalized individuals. Third is the blowback of fighters who would find it, I think, very, very difficult to come back to the region, Southeast Asian fighters and their families, but some have, in particular from Indonesia, where it's possible to attempt to slip back into your country almost as if nothing ever happened. I believe this may have been the case for other parts of Southeast Asia, including maybe Malaysia, but I will stand to be corrected by the expert here who knows better. In Singapore, this has not been tried yet, but the numbers are so small and most of them are thought to have been killed. I'm going to pause here. There's obviously a lot more to be said about what happened in Marawi, the Philippines, and new manifestations. There are some signs that right-wing extremism is seeping into Southeast Asia, but I'm sure we can come to that. We'll have an opportunity to talk about these things later. So that's where we are in my view. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Well, queuing off of that, Maya, give us your perspective on what you see as some of the most virulent, well-organized groups. Some of these we obviously have been familiar with for a long time. It sounds like, from what Shashi is saying, the ones to be most concerned about are global in nature. In other words, they're not localized groups with localized or simply localized ambitions. They have much bigger global ambitions or certainly regional. envisions. Would you agree with that? That the texture of these groups, the most concerning groups, are groups that have a much larger agenda, quite frankly, than just in the location where they're located?
Brian, thanks very much for asking that question, and thank you to the Soufan Center for having me on this panel with so many illustrious scholars. The fact is that I think from where I'm sitting in New Delhi, the picture on extremism and extremist actors is actually far more complicated and layered than just the narrative of a global jihadi consortium, if you will, of actors who've been working from West Asia all the way to Southeast Asia in this part of the world. I think for India, really, or from India at least, the withdrawal of US troops from Afghanistan has created a set of circumstances that is really sort of Pandora's box. And I say this because we know about the Taliban and its sort of history of fundamentalist ideologies and violence, and also its support for Al-Qaeda in the past. Now we have a situation where if there are groups like ISKP operating in Afghanistan and they are at odds with the Taliban, the question then becomes who is supporting them, controlling them, responsible for them, and what is going to be the nature of their spread, the IS's spread from Afghanistan into the rest of South Asia and the subcontinent. We've already seen activity like the Easter bombings in Sri Lanka, for example. India has seen somewhat of an uptick in, the exposure of terror cells that might be sort of leaning towards the Islamist State. The National Investigation Agency is pursuing some of those leads. But because of the nature of what New Delhi calls cross-border terrorism as well, the interlinkages between the IS, between other non-state actors in Afghanistan, the Taliban, groups like the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and their like-minded compatriots, if you will, in the rest of Southeast Asia, really continue to pose one of the biggest security threats from the jihadi terror perspective in India. And that's an ongoing pattern. I mean, India, to give it credit where it's due, I mean, if you look at the nature of IS recruitment and radicalization across the globe, India stands out as what I think George Washington University called a circuit breaker, which is that it was one part of the subcontinent where you actually did not see the kind of numbers, the kind of people involved with the global jihad as you saw from other neighboring countries in the region as well. And that's something that India prides itself on. For the security state right now, the question really is, can Delhi manage to keep those pressures at bay because of the fallout of different conversations on the security front that have emerged in the last few months? That's obviously one part of the story. And, India-Pakistan rivalry is, of course, a whole different part of this conversation, and we can get to some of that later if you like. But a bigger question for people like me who are looking at countering violent extremism or de-radicalization or the drivers of radicalization in my part of the world is how they are being fed and fueled by what is being mirrored on the right. And when I say right, I mean religious, ethnic, identity-based extremist actors who kind of fuel this notion of all Muslims as jihadis, if you will, all Muslims as terrorists. And that's a narrative which has crept into our political conversations in this part of the world. Whether you look at it from the perspective of relations between Bangladesh and India and the illegal immigrant or the Rohingya refugee who is being radicalized in refugee camps, who is going to, place violent fundamentalist ideology over livelihood and therefore becomes a threat to India. this is rhetoric, and these are narratives that is fueled by a growing right wing. And the one thing that people like me are talking about is sort of, in a sense, tactical similarities between what is now globally perceived of as right-wing extremism, which is white supremacist extremism in the globe, and these smaller groups and actors which are amorphous, which engage on the basis of identity and identities under threat by the other, by the immigrant, by the Muslim, by whoever have you, and try and create a collective of propaganda and opinion online that's fueling the cycle of violence. So even Indian Muslims who have therefore prided themselves and sort of people who work with Indian Muslim communities on issues of de-radicalization, who have prided themselves on being the circuit breaker, are now saying that we're in a situation where everybody is radicalizing all the time, and different kinds of radicalizing forces are ending up having an impact on the other side of the extremist divide. So if anti-Muslim rhetoric from the Hindu right wing reaches, a crescendo, you see a reaction, or you could see a reaction from the other side. And that really is something that is a serious threat right now. And just to sort of conclude before I open up to other speakers, I mean, regional collaboration on counterterrorism in this part of the world is tricky for the simple reason that states fundamentally don't trust each other. And that goes back to a South Asian rivalry as well. China has its own interests. Pakistan has its own interests vis-a-vis Kashmir. Bangladesh is feeling alienated in this conversation. Sri Lanka has its own approach towards its ethnic violent actors, as well as Sri Lankan Muslims right now. So there is a fundamental layer of, who can engage together and who can you talk to? And I think that's really, to me, in the post withdrawal scenario, when there are no sort of US troops that have been seen as a stabilizing force in Afghanistan, keeping some of these forces at bay, it's a wide open space. I mean, who's going to fill it? Who's going to fill in the counterterrorism work? Who is going to do the radicalizing? I mean, these are all really open questions right now.
Well, that's an interesting point. I want to get back to that because I feel like the vacuum, as you put it, in the wake of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan does raise the question of who is going to lead this fight, and how do you cobble together all of these countries with very different perspectives and in many respects different groups that they're dealing with to try and come together with some sort of comprehensive plan. But to stick with Afghanistan for a moment, Sidhu, maybe you can take a crack at this one. How much has the situation in Afghanistan, in your view, changed the landscape here when we're talking about global terror groups? If you listen to Maya, you get the impression that, more than the impression, that when we talk about terrorist groups in the Asia Pacific, we're talking about a pretty wide field of groups. Obviously, many of them Muslim extremists, but not all of them. Presumably driven by a variety of different factors. Grievances are not all the same. And so I'm curious, how much does the Afghanistan situation truly impact the rest of this picture? Does it fuel it? Does it, or is it more like Maya said? It's just more the reshaping of the war there and the role of the United States there opens up sort of a new era that looks unclear at this point.
Brian, thank you again for having me on this panel. Delighted to be here, and for your question. I want to start with actually the question that you posed initially to Maya on the question of global versus local, right? And I think it's really you put your finger on it, because if you look at it, the global always takes precedence over the local. And sitting where I am in New York, if you look at what the UN has done, the very first direct resolutions related to terrorism were actually 1273 and 1367, one before 9/11 and the other after 9/11, both focused very precisely on Afghanistan. And so really kind of underlining that, only groups which are likely to have a global impact are ones that are going to be of number one sort of precedence. The only other resolution which deals with the kind of a terrorist group in another part of the world is actually Mali. But nowhere else has there been that kind of a focus on it. So just to underline the question you asked, Afghanistan has been central, absolutely, even pre 9/11, but definitely post 9/11 as well. And what happens there is going to have ramifications and repercussions, both in terms of, the radicalization of one particular community, which we've been talking about, but also the counter-radicalization. So, for example, nobody's mentioned so far the white supremacist attacks in New Zealand. Are a manifestation in some ways, and again, I would add Australia to that as well, of that kind of a reaction and response. Sashi laid out, I think, very well, the broad scope of it, but there's a couple of things that we might want to add to that, and which again, Afghanistan becomes central. Number one, we need to be very concerned about ungoverned spaces or contested spaces. And Afghanistan is a very good example of that, even under the Taliban today. The fact that they're not able to manage ISIS Khorasan is indication of that. And then, of course, you have that whole ungoverned belt between Afghanistan and Pakistan, where it's really, the wild, wild east. So that's another element as well. But added to this mix, another area that we haven't talked about is the linkages with organized crime. So the fact that Afghanistan was also the center of the heroin trade, opium production in the world, and you can look at that right across the Indo-Pacific. All of the other groups that you're talking about also have those kind of linkages as well. This is a very, and I apologize for that, a very long way of coming to your question of, what does the withdrawal of the US mean from Afghanistan mean? Well, it basically means it's not so much that, there's an issue with the US withdrawal, but really the way that it's happened. It's almost in many ways worse than the Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan, because nobody had any expectations when the Soviets withdrew. But when the US withdrew, there were great expectations that there would actually be some kind of an arrangement or structure to manage the kind of global terrorist challenges that Afghanistan faced. And is going to basically present to the rest of the world. And frankly, that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist at the global level, it doesn't exist at the regional level, and it definitely doesn't exist at the domestic level.
Interesting. Asfandia, respond to the question, if you can, of how central Afghanistan is. It's not the only ungoverned or contested space in the Asia Pacific, by any means. But do you agree that it's still sort of the beating heart, if you will, of the global jihadist movement, and that what happens there will portend to what happens elsewhere? And then maybe you can also address, in addition to how important Afghanistan is going forward, a little bit of the connections here. In other words, you hear about global jihadi groups. Oftentimes one group is described as an offshoot of this group. Give us a sense of how connected in the year 2021 are these groups? Are they truly connected, or are they loosely connected, like-minded, but not really working together? I think there's a lot of misconception here about how organized this global movement really is versus maybe how it isn't.
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you, Sufan Center, and really delighted to be a part of this distinguished panel. So I agree with the sentiment that Afghanistan remains at the heart of of the global jihadist movement. And I want to go back a few months from now, when President Biden came into office and he had this big Afghanistan decision. And President Biden's position for the last decade or so had been that the U.S. government should not be pursuing a state-building strategy in Afghanistan, that it was a lost cause, and that the only interest the U.S. government should really look out for in Afghanistan was terrorism. And so very quickly, his decision to stay on or leave from Afghanistan came down to an assessment of the terror landscape in Afghanistan. And so at the time of his decision, he argued, or you could say the US government in general argued, that the terror threat from Afghanistan was both low and manageable for the foreseeable future. And at least the United States could afford to be indifferent to whatever this residual threat in the country was. This was the position. I would say this is the received wisdom in parts of the U.S. national security community, which has been used to mount this pivot towards great power competition and politics away from counterterrorism. That this, I think people make the argument that that's a fight of the past, and we need to look towards challenges of the future. As much as I agree that there are these new challenges of the future, the administration's assessment of the terror threat was deeply flawed. And I think with the Taliban's return to power, that view, or that the fact that the administration's assessment had a problem is being demonstrated. Afghanistan has a dynamic landscape. It's dotted by a significant presence of actors we've all known about. Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda still remains in the country. The chief of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, has been in Afghanistan for the last few years, as per most indicators available. Al-Qaeda also has some local units, more regionally focused units geared towards South Asia, interested in operations in both Pakistan and India, and I would say, a little bit beyond India as well, in say parts of Bangladesh, perhaps other parts of Southeast Asia as well. Then there's the Islamic State. The Islamic State Khorasan has been mentioned. It is connected to the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. There are indicators, as recent as 2020, of the Islamic State in Khorasan receiving funding, some type of political direction from from the central node of ISIS. In Iraq and Syria. Then there's some localized or more regionally oriented jihadis in the country, like the anti-Pakistan jihadi faction, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, based in eastern Afghanistan. It's really stepped up its campaign of violence. And then there's a whole alphabet soup of Central Asian jihadis in parts of northern Afghanistan, eastern Afghanistan, threatening Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, for instance. Then there's some anti-India jihadis as well. For the most part, they've supported the insurgency of the Taliban over the last few years, but they certainly have ambitions to mount operations in India. And finally, some anti-China jihadis, Uyghur jihadis, part of the Turkestan Islamic Party. That's a specific group, and that group remains interested in operations in targeting China outside of Afghanistan. So it's a very dynamic landscape. The trouble is that the U.S. withdrawal is more than a withdrawal. It is a political signal. It is extremely consequential for the jihadist movement, because they're able to now make the case that powerful states can be defeated. That's that's the dominant narrative right now. If you follow jihadi chatter, if you follow jihadist narratives, and the U.S. withdrawal has substantially bolstered the morale and strength of a number of groups. And the final major concern I have is that the one big thing which has kept a lid on some of these terrorist threats over the last few years has been state capacity bolstered by bilateral, multilateral cooperation. And the U.S. has really taken a lead on that. The U.S. has undersigned this international counterterrorism regime, which has had its flaws, but it has also had some real. It has offered some real dividends to to partner nations, but not that the U.S. is less interested and less able to lead this fight on counterterrorism. I think we're going to see bilateral and multilateral cooperation suffer. So overall, I'd say that 20 years after the 9/11 attacks, the terror threat from Afghanistan continues to define the global extremist jihadist landscape, at least, and the threat endures, not just for the U.S. but for the rest of the world.
Well, Ahmad, I'm anxious to go to you, both on this question of the central role of Afghanistan, but I also think it's important, and Asfandia brought this up, also talk about the role of Pakistan. We obviously can't talk about what will happen in Afghanistan without also talking about how Pakistan will shape that or impact that. So first up, Afghanistan, is it central? I'm presuming you agree, but maybe you don't agree. But beyond just how central Afghanistan has been, how concerned are you, as some of the others are, that without the U.S. there, it becomes much more dangerous and even a bigger source of instability?
Yes, thank you, Brian. Thank you very much as well to Soufan for inviting me to share my thought on this. It's a great honor to be among the panelists here. I would like to mention 3 points here. First, we are in Malaysia. We always look at the threat, the terrorism threat, radicalization, as the glorical phenomenon. Glorical, what I mean by glorical is the locally created and regionally connected and globally inspired. So there are always these 3 connections between local, regional, as well as the international or systemic level or factors. So these are the way we look at the events, it's terrorism threat. Dr. Shashi mentioned about the threat of Jemaah Islamiyah, for example, an ISIS affiliates group in the region, which is actually connected to the group here as well in Malaysia, in Indonesia, as well as in the Philippines, and some of them having, reside in Singapore. They shared this common ideology. So that is the first point. The second point I would like to mention is about the globalization and the spillover effect. If we look at history in the past, let's say we talk about Afghanistan in the first Soviet Afghan War, 79-89, for example, we have seen that what has going on in the Central Asia, in Afghanistan, has certain implication to the people in the Southeast Asia. Many people from this region traveled to that part of the world to join the war. From Malaysia, from Indonesia, well, from the Philippines, they went over there and came back to the region and created the groups. For example, Jemaah Islamiyah is one of the example. And actually, we talk about Malaysia, we also have other 2-3 other groups. For example, Kumpulan Mujahidin Malaysia and Darul Islam group. So they shared a similar ideology, and they have this, I call this globally inspired ideology. So these are the things that we cannot ignore. And now third point that I would like to mention is about what's going on in Afghanistan right now. I mean, so when United States pull out its army from Afghanistan and leave the situation open, vacuum, the very big space, and so on. As you can see right now, there is a presence of ISIS-K, Al-Qaeda. So the idea, the memories, the trauma came back. What's going to happen to this region? So if you look at the responses and reaction in the region after the withdrawal of the United States from Afghanistan, I can say that there are 5 responses, there are 5 narratives that we can identify. The first narrative is the congratulating Taliban for liberating themselves from the occupation forces. So we have people congratulate, and I think that majority of people in Malaysia here feel so happy that Afghan was finally relieved, and the United States left Afghanistan, and they are in the hands of the Afghan people. I think that was the first narrative that I can identify based on the responses. It's very interesting, including the ruling party here in Malaysia. One of the political party in Malaysia congratulate Taliban because of that. The second response that I can see, I can observe here in the region is I call this pro-Taliban total. I mean, in the region, not only in Malaysia, but I don't see this group present in Malaysia, but in Indonesia, there are certain group that is fully giving support to Taliban's takeover. Well, maybe to some people, they cannot differentiate between Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Well, they would say, okay, it's a sign that whenever Taliban take over, then Al-Qaeda will operate in there. So that is the second narrative. The third narrative is anti-Taliban. There would be a group that is, I would say, over-dramatize the threat of Taliban in the region, saying that we are going to be in trouble if we look at the situation in Afghanistan, and we are going to have the upsurge of the global terrorism, including in the region. So yes, I would agree that there would be some implication. However, we also need to remember that Taliban is, they have to respect the Doha Agreement. They cannot allow the Al-Qaeda and any other organization to operate within Afghanistan. I think these are another imperative we have to consider. And now, narrative number 4 is there are also some group among the jihadi group, among the militant group, they are suspicious of Taliban because now Taliban has betrayed the struggle. So this is also another interesting thing. For example, ISIS-K, they do not recognize Taliban, and there's certain ISIS affiliates group in the region, in the Southeast Asian region, including in Indonesia. They say that Taliban has betrayed the struggle because they have shaken hands with the United States. So they cannot accept that because they cooperate with the United States. So that is number 4. Now we come to number 5. Number 5 is, I would say this is the official stance of the Malaysian government, that is cautious optimism, that they recognize, okay, Taliban now become the government of Afghanistan, but they cautiously observe the behavior of the government, the current government of Afghanistan today, and they do not immediately recognize. There are some voices inside the country saying that we need to recognize Taliban, but the government decided not to do so because they still have the experience of seeing Taliban has done certain things before in the first version of Taliban. So, you know, in Malaysia here, we have Taliban version 1.0, now Taliban 2.0. So that was the term or, the term used for the current Taliban that we have today. So they observe the behavior of Taliban by engaging with them unofficially, not to recognize Taliban officially, but to send out representative from here to find out what's going on in there. So I think this cautious optimism tells us something. That is, even though we recognize that Taliban has made an agreement with the United States because there is no choice that we can do, that we have to admit that Taliban is an effective power on the ground, but cautiously, we also need to know that Taliban is a certain organization that has certain history. Thank you.
Interesting. I'm curious, something that's popped into my head as I'm listening to all of you talk is that the reference to how so many jihadists from across the region flocked to Afghanistan to fight there, because that was seen as sort of the big stand after 9/11, when the United States and other countries first went in there to topple the Taliban. I'm curious just to sort of look at this from a different perspective. Now that the US military is gone and this 20-year military effort has wound down, I'm curious if there's some benefit to that, in the sense that there isn't a central fight now that's kind of a magnet for some of these fighters to go to. And number one, is that a positive potential development? But number two, does that also mean that they're going to look for some other place to take the fight, particularly if they have global ambitions and want to use an ungoverned space to plot attacks, for example, against other countries. Shashi, maybe you can tackle that. I mean, we in America used to hear a lot, we're fighting them over there so we don't have to fight them here. And that was the rationale, quite frankly, for the Iraq War, or at least some of the justification that, yes, we sort of opened a hornet's nest and we perhaps created more terrorists, but it was also a place that attracted a lot of bad actors that might otherwise plan attacks elsewhere in the world, and our military can take care of them there. So I'm curious, what is the potential impact of not having a central fight to go to?
Thanks very much, Brian. For those states and also individuals in Southeast Asia, individuals like me who only wish the United States well, what happened and the manner of what happened was quite shattering, maybe for many in the United States, but also for us who are friends or consider ourselves friendly. But that's a slightly different issue. To your point, you will forgive a historical observation because I started as a historian by training. What happens when you have vacuums in that part of the world? So with the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in the 1980s, you had the Mujahideen, obviously, and you had various peoples from various parts of the world flocking there to fight. And it should not be forgotten that there were numbers of Southeast Asians. And this is 30, 40 years ago. The numbers I have, and some of them are still around, and they're mentors to the next generation, particularly in Indonesia. But the numbers I have are probably in excess of 500 in the 80s, maybe less than 1,000. Of course, the difference with the ISIS hijra is ISIS people went with their families. It was a little bit different in the 1980s. But the point is that these people came back, particularly the Indonesians, maybe a few Malaysians, I'm not sure, and formed, incubated, or linked up with all the movements which were existing in Southeast Asia. Darul Islam is one. But the genesis of this incubation is JI, which, as I mentioned, is responsible for many atrocities, including the Bali bombings. But my point is this. Even after the Soviets left, many were still going up to Afghanistan and adjacencies, including Pakistan, where they formed small cells, and they came back and they did bad things. So the entire incubatory period is decades in the making. You already have some small signs now as we speak, or in recent months, that various individuals, and I stress small numbers, have gone up or attempted to go up to Afghanistan, some direct from Indonesia, some perhaps having been cast adrift from other struggles, other conflicts. And I believe, I'll stand to be corrected, even a couple of Malaysians as well. Singapore is possible, but there's no news yet. So the point is, if you look at the history, and if you look at what's actually going on in the think tank and security establishment, I suspect, the attention spans can be pretty short sometimes. And at least from what I see, certainly in the research circuit, many of us are thinking, well, ISIS, game over since roughly 2017, 2018. Afghanistan is a great shame, but let's have time to move on to the next major security challenge, which may well be, let's say, cyber, disinformation, hybrid threats, that sort of thing. And people are repurposing themselves. And that's a great pity. Because what's happening in Afghanistan, if you look back from a historical lens, a historical perspective, shows us more than anything else, we have to be prepared to stay the course. Because if you take a leaf from the previous incubation I just sketched out, which was decades in the making, we're going to have the blowback, I think very likely in Southeast Asia from what's happening now in Afghanistan, but we're not going to have it now. We may well have it in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, but it is going to come back to roost.
Well, Maya, you brought this up earlier. Maybe this is a good way to pivot towards the question of how to fill the vacuum that all of you seem to agree is now widened in Afghanistan with the US not there. It sounds like there really isn't anyone stepping up, whether it's another country or international institution, try and prevent what Shashi is talking about, that blowback, that spillover, whether it's this year, next year, or a couple of years down the road. What do you think is the prospect for some new form of cooperation that replaces perhaps the construct that existed when the U.S. was playing the lead in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Perhaps it's time for other countries to stand up, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, they don't call it the graveyard of empires for nothing, I think, in Afghanistan. And we've seen what's happened with the Americans. Before that, it was the Soviets. I mean, you know, I think from where we sit, from where I sit, certainly, it sort of defied logic that while the Biden administration had made the assessment they were not into state building, but the importance was to ensure that the security threat was contained, why a small force or a presence was not found something that to be something that they would persist with, and what kind of openings has that led to? Look, the natural sort of the countries who are finding their natural fit into Afghanistan right now and finding their way back, you see that, you know, the Chinese are engaging cautiously, the Russians are engaging cautiously, the Iranians are engaging cautiously. India is out at the moment. The Pakistanis are engaging, we assume cautiously, but we don't know much. You know, the point is that there is, the only way forward seems to be some sort of a collaborative or consortium-based approach. Because, I mean, either then we say, if, you know, the Americans have gone, all right, in the Great Power conflict that America sees itself in with the Chinese, for example, today, how does that play out in Afghanistan? Are the Chinese going to come in a much stronger way? I don't think the Chinese are necessarily interested in state building either. They want to ensure that, you know, their control over Afghanistan is limited to ensuring the Wakhan corridor stays peaceful. Groups like ETIM are held in check by the Taliban. That Afghanistan continues to be the trade corridor they envisage it to be for the BRI. For countries like India, who have our own conflicts with China on the Eastern Front, I mean, I think really it is about waiting to see who's going to come in and step up. The Russians seem hesitant, but not to the point of saying we're not going to do anything. So I don't have an answer to your question, the truth is, Brian, because I know I can tell you that India is not willing to play that role. We've seen enough evidence of that. For a host of other reasons. Could a global multilateral consortium work? I mean, we had a version of ISAF. I don't know, an ISAF 2.0 or some with different countries involved. Blue Berets, keeping the peace over there. It's a free-for-all. I mean, we come back to the same thing. It is a free-for-all. And the concern is, as time passes, it's been now, I think, almost a month and a half since we've seen what happened in Afghanistan unfold before the end of August. We're not seeing much movement from the international community that's sort of coming out and saying, all right, you know, we'll do this and we'll do that, apart from noises that were made in the UN during UNGA week. That's it. Right. I don't know. I don't have an answer to your question.
I think for the last quarter of our conversation, I'd like to get to the rest of the panelists on this question. And maybe we can do sort of a quicker round here and hear from all of you on what would you propose that consortium international construct look like? Are there models for this? You mentioned ISAF. As one potential model. But Sidhu, what do you think is the organization or the collection of countries that could fill the vacuum, and how would that come together? Would it be the UN? Would it be some other venue?
Definitely not the UN, and forget any notion of blue berets getting in there at all, because you know, frankly, there isn't a mandate, and I don't think you're going to get troop contributing countries wanting to go in there. And the reason is very simple: that no country in the world or no group of countries has shown that it can function in Afghanistan effectively militarily without the United States. You know, so one of the lessons out of Afghanistan is the absolutely embarrassing scramble of all the other ISAF partners, you know, to get out of Afghanistan, even before the US did, and certainly after the US did. And these are all some of the greatest military powers in the world. And, so from that point of view, the fact that the Afghan army or military collapsed should come as no surprise entirely, because it was designed in a way to work only with the support of the US presence there, and particularly the presence of US contractors. So I think the way it's been structured, so to answer your question, I think, the possibility of a coalition of the willing can only be functioning an ISAF 2.0 if the US is present there as part of that coalition. That's number one. Second, that's only part of the story, because I think we also need to look at what might be the diplomatic and political dimensions of that, where you need to involve the neighbors. Now, until now, the US approach, for obvious reasons, has only been with and through Pakistan. It has not included Iran. And for its own reasons, there's been limited cooperation, certainly under this new circumstances, with Russia, or even with some of the Central Asian states. There has been, but not with Russia, and certainly not with China. And it's very difficult to think of any kind of arrangement which could sort of provide or fill that vacuum and stabilize Afghanistan without the neighbors being involved. And I think that's a very important element. Now, one thing I will throw out there, which is an unknown, because it hasn't shown any sort of inclination in that direction, is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The SCO actually has a very strong counterterrorism mandate, at least in theory. They've also been carrying out some exercises. And again, obviously China is a key player there, then Russia, then perhaps countries like India and others. Whether they want to step up and take this on as a challenge remains to be seen, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Esfandia, your thoughts on that? Is there someone capable of filling the bag?
Sure. So before I answer, if there is someone who can solve this problem or help out, I think it's important to know we're looking at another round of state collapse. We saw, a state collapse on August 15th. The US-backed Afghan state collapsed. Its military collapsed. Its bureaucratic structure collapsed. Its political elites fled the country. I think we might see another collapse over the next 6 months, maybe 12 months, a little bit down the road. The Taliban are really struggling to govern the country. They have not been able to revive, any, maybe any of the stretch, but much of the bureaucratic machinery of the country has not been revived. We are looking at a crisis of hunger. There's going to be very serious food security problem in the country. There are lots of unemployed people. The Afghan military had a strength of around 300,000. All of those people are unemployed. A lot of government bureaucrats are unemployed. So there's mass unemployment. Lots of people who know how to use guns, are not getting paid. So it's a real crisis that is brewing in that country, and I just don't see any international actor having much interest in extending a helping hand to the Taliban. And that's for the most part because of the Taliban's behavior. They remain intransigent in most of their positions. They refuse to create a government structure which is inclusive. They've not included women. They've also excluded most ethnic groups, most non-Pashtun ethnic groups. They have not given them any meaningful representation. So the Taliban are not making it easy for the international community to engage with them. So obviously, this is a global collective action problem, and the only country that can solve it is the United States. But I see no appetite, absolutely no appetite in the Biden administration for now. There is no Afghan policy of this administration in the month of October at least, and we'll see what happens in the next few months. There is an interest in an over-the-horizon counterterrorism approach. Working out ways to monitor some of these terror groups in Afghanistan, and neutralizing them should threats begin to metastasize. But I'm not sure the administration will be able to broker a posture for that. There are no U.S. military bases proximate to or in the neighborhood of Afghanistan. So the U.S. is not interested. The Chinese and the Russians, initially I thought that they would take more of a lead, but the Chinese have also become more cautious over the last few months. I think they're not seeing the kind of action that they expected from the Taliban after the Taliban assumed power. Like the Chinese have major terrorism concerns, especially about some of these Uyghur jihadists in the country. And the Taliban are not delivering on some of their concerns. So for now, the Chinese have promised to pledge $15 million in humanitarian aid. And just by way of comparison, Al-Qaeda was paying the Taliban $20 million before 9/11, each year. So Chinese are giving essentially effectively nothing. The Russians have worked more closely with Pakistan, appear to be more supportive of the Taliban this time compared to the last time the Taliban were in power. But even they are dithering on this question of diplomatic recognition and extending meaningful economic support. So this Afghanistan remains a global bad. And major powers just don't seem interested enough to do much about it.
Ahmad, I'm curious if you think, from your perspective in Southeast Asia, is there a country in the region, whether it's China or Japan or others, that might be able to play sort of a coordinating role? If the United States really isn't interested, and I think most would agree that the Biden administration has no real appetite for Afghanistan, certainly not in a major way. Is there another country that might be able to, if not fill the vacuum, at least step forward and say, I want to play a role in trying to bring some collective action together so that we can try, not just militarily, but as was pointed out, diplomatically, economically, to try and prevent the worst from happening?
Thank you, Barry. I would say the best way forward at the moment is to look at or to utilize or leverage on the smart power. We have seen the application of the hard power in the past 20 years by the United States and Afghanistan. It doesn't work. It has actually backfired the United States, and it actually doesn't solve the problem. I read the book written by the former Taliban's ambassador to Pakistan, Abdul Salam Zaif, who wrote that United States is a country who has so much power, and he want to kill mosquitoes with a sledgehammer because he used so much hard power and not the soft power. So I believe that the smart power, that is a combination between political solution, diplomacy, negotiation, and military power, military solution. So the balance between the two, meaning that the use of military solution whenever it is appropriate, and the need to use soft power, negotiation, diplomacy, because Taliban is also rational in that sense. They have learned so much in the past 20 years, I would say. They have learned a bitter lesson in the past 20 years, and plus during its administration from 1996 to 2001. And now, they say that we are willing to negotiate, and they negotiated with the United States. And they promised some kind of reform, even though, as I said, that a lot of people are suspicious with their commitment. But I believe that if we are going to use hard power to deal with Taliban, that is going to produce that would be counterproductive. That would be a backfire. That would be a blowback. We have seen this thing happen before, and I believe that the combination between political solution, diplomacy and military solution would be better. It is not about the country. The country may play, the neighboring country may play a role, Qatar may play the role, but what type of approach that we are using in dealing with them? Thank you.
Well, I think as everyone here has pointed out so astutely, in some ways, the United States, the Biden administration, has really made that conclusion as well, that hard power didn't work. 20 years later, after 9/11, the United States really didn't achieve the aims that it set out to do, certainly in a sustained way, or a way that was sustainable. But I think, my takeaway from this terrific conversation is that, on the one hand, the United States made the decision this isn't working anymore. In fact, it's probably, leading to diminishing returns. But there really isn't anything in its place yet. There isn't a diplomatic effort of a global nature. There isn't the economic effort to replace that hard power with, as Ahmad said, soft power. And so I think that's the takeaway we can all have, which is that Afghanistan is going to be a problem. There's very little doubt about that. No one can predict exactly how it will play out, but there will be spillover effects of just simply having this ungoverned space, which history has shown leads to bad things. I want to thank all of you for joining today, and I want to thank the Soufan Center for this event. I think I hope everybody's wrong, and all of this doesn't happen. But I do think that I think we all hope that a whole host of governments will come together and really start to think much harder about what is our strategy for what comes next in Afghanistan, because it's not just about Afghanistan. It's about the whole region and really the whole world community. So thanks again to all the panelists for joining us today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome back. Another fascinating panel discussion, the last one on security, competition, and cooperation in Asia and the Pacific. Next up, we've got a panel discussion on the dynamics of security and development in Africa, and this will be moderated by Ms. Josie Ensor, U.S. correspondent for The Telegraph.
So my name is Josie Ensor. I'm the British Telegraph newspaper's US correspondent and former Middle East correspondent based in Beirut. And I'm introducing and moderating a panel on the dynamics of security and development in Africa. With me, I have Dr. Peter Newman, the Professor of Security Studies at the Department of War Studies at King's College London. With him, we have Professor Karima Bennoune, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights and the visiting professor at the University of Michigan's Law School. Lastly but not leastly, we have Dr. Aluwalu Ajewale, ENACT's Regional Organized Crime Observatory Coordinator at the Institute for Security Studies. Thank you so much for joining me all. So the first question I'd like to ask you all, for the concentration for the last few years at least, has been on ISIS and its caliphate in Syria and Iraq. Do you think we're going to see, have we seen in the last year, and will we continue to see a shift in ISIS's concentration from the Middle East to Africa?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll start. And I do think we've seen some of that, even though it's probably wrong to say that every conflict that's happening on the African continent is related to that. We know, of course, that conflicts like in Somalia or in West Africa have been going on for a very, very long time. But we've also seen some of the individuals that were active in the Syrian conflict relocating to parts of Africa. And and probably contributing to making these conflicts worse or providing a different dynamic to them. So yes, we've seen that to some extent, and it's something that should be of concern.
And I know you've looked into this, Dr. Newman, but have we seen any evidence of those who've traveled to join ISIS in Syria and Iraq now joining conflicts in countries like Libya or indeed sub-Saharan Africa?
Well, the proliferation of ISIS to Libya kind of started precisely like that, long before we started talking about escalating conflicts in Africa. It was started by Syrian fighters from Libya coming back to Libya and setting up shop in Libya. But we've also seen that to a smaller extent in other theaters of conflict. And it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, because of course we know that some of these conflicts are regionally contained, but when they connect to the wider narrative of ISIS, the struggle for a so-called caliphate, they take on a different dimension. They take on different dynamics. We've seen that in Africa, but also in other parts of the world.
Can I jump in on your initial question about whether this is a shift? I think it would be more accurate to characterize it as a spread or an acceleration in other regions, because my fear is that using the rhetoric of shift suggests that the response should literally geographically move or shift in focus. And I think what we've seen is that the approach has to be a global one, because otherwise the problem will simply move elsewhere. And one thing that really strikes me is the lack of appropriate international response when we see mass casualty jihadist attacks on the African continent. I'm very sorry that both this violence and these victims receive much less attention internationally. And I think this is both morally objectionable and a very large strategic mistake. So when we see sort of scores of casualties in Mozambique, as we did in the spring, there needs to be a thorough recounting of the stories of the victims and equal global determination to respond in a thoughtful way, whether it's in Africa or any other region.
It's interesting you say that. I mean, from my reading, the number of attacks that ISIS claimed credit for in Africa grew by a third from 2019 to 2020. Do you think, I mean, as you said, does everyone agree that the coverage, it's kind of outsized coverage that ISIS got in the Middle East, and maybe it's a mixture of coronavirus too, but do we think that it's a problem that there doesn't seem to be any kind of media coverage of these sorts of events?
Okay, let me quickly also intervene on this. I think what is important from what the earlier speakers have said is the fact that what is happening in West Africa, for instance, now, you remember about 6 or 7 years ago when JAS, the popular Boko Haram, was factionalized, then one pledged allegiance to ISIS as the province, West African province annex of ISIS. And then you have a situation whereby what has gained a foothold, particularly in the East, is now percolating in African countries. And by extension of what we have seen in Libya, I can tell you authoritatively from available evidence in terms of the work that we are doing and what we have come across in terms of field work, that particularly what you see playing out in the northwestern part of Nigeria now, and by extension, a fringe into maybe Niger Republic, Burkina Faso, is a situation whereby the emboldened jihadist group have suddenly found a lucrative spot to carry out all form of criminal activities. And what is playing out is what has been largely regarded in policy and academic environment as crime terror nexus. So they've suddenly find a soft spot to carry out their activities. Recruitment is going on a daily basis because of the multiple crises, because these spots have been multiple spots of all kinds of violence, like Peter Newman said, over the years. And then you find a situation whereby, due to poor governance mechanism, lack of international cooperation and support, because what is playing out is of international dimension, and a single country cannot contain it. So you find a situation whereby the jihadist group are not just pledging allegiance to more sophisticated group in the Middle East, but they are also recruiting locally, internally, because of the failure of governance that has pervaded the entire environment over the years, what is popularly referred to as ungoverned spaces. And then whatever you call it, whether it's counter-terrorism or country-violent extremism, has largely been military-centric, kinetic operation, without paying attention to other areas that is going to help in maybe addressing this crisis. Situation whereby the whole place is blown up. And I'm going to anchor on this as someone that has been working within the continent of Africa. We should be concerned. Government should be concerned. Policymakers should be concerned. CSOs should be concerned. Non-profit organizations should be concerned. The think tank that have intellectual responsibility to unearth these things and suggest policy recommendations should also be concerned. Why? Because the sophistication in terms of military response that you have seen in terms of particularly foreign investment in military operation that you saw in Afghanistan, that you have seen in Afghanistan and all these places, is not available in this region, the Sahel and Greater West Africa. And then coupled with the weak governance mechanism in responding to this, surely the displaced jihadist group members are surely finding a footing in West Africa and Greater Sahel. And I think government is not doing enough. And those are the areas that we need to begin to suggest solutions, moving away from this whole kinetic approach alone, which is military-centric, which we just saw the failure of it in Afghanistan now. It's important that we now concentrate on issues that have been driving violent extremism, terrorism, the fundamentals that are providing the enabling environment for this thing to fester. There's a need for that international support that Professor Karima just mentioned mentioned. It is very, very important. Thank you.
I'd just like to pick up on that, because I know I've looked at your research into Nigeria in particular. I'd be interested to ask you, is there a connection, do you think, between the poverty and the poor governance in the north of the country and the rates of people joining groups like Boko Haram and ISIS? And what does the government do?
I think the fundamental thing is that it is an established fact that poverty provides the enabling environment in terms of social disequilibrium, economically, socially, and otherwise, in making the people vulnerable to recruitment in the first place. But what I think has also fallen short is the government response over the years. And I'm going to break it down to talk about the counter-terrorism strategy of the government. You see, it has to be a whole of a system approach. It has to be a whole of a society approach. When I talk about a whole of a system approach, I'm talking about the arms, the 3 tiers of government, and then the three arms of government as well: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Now, if you look at the approach that has been deployed in Nigeria over the years, it has been largely executive because the military is under the executive. So you have a situation whereby it is just more like an executive order in terms of the operational strategies that the government has deployed over the years. Whereas, for instance, who is doing the arrest of Boko Haram fighters? It is the military. That is strange to the constitution. So you have a situation whereby terrorist groups are being arrested and then tried executively, if I could use that word, permit me, without taking them through the judicial process of trial. So you have the Operation Safe Corridor that is now playing the role that the Nigeria Prison Service is supposed to play. You arrest people and then say you are rehabilitating them. That is the constitutional mandate of the prison in the first place. And when I talk about a whole of a society approach, you need multiple building blocks in religious group, at the community level. Those things are not there. So poverty was driving people on the one hand, and then you also have arbitrary arrest of everybody that is found in the crime scene. And then that began to drive people more away from government and driving them into the hand of the terrorist group. This is what allowed this thing to fester over time, particularly in the case of Boko Haram, where people were being arrested anyhow. I mean, the military is never trained to do that. That is a core mandate of the police. And that is the reason why, if you want to, when I talk about a whole of a system approach, the judiciary must be involved. There is the clear mandate for administration of criminal justice in this, so that when people are arrested, they are taken through the criminal justice process. And then the whole of a system approach. The police must be involved. Like in Nigeria, the police has the the constitutional mandate for maintaining internal security. But what you've seen over the years is that it has been a military-centric approach, and it has not worked. So that is what we need to refocus. That is what the government needs to retool. It cannot be by executive order. You have everything consolidated in the Office of the National Security Advisor. That is too limited. It has to, the scope needs to be widened. And then while poverty has contributed significantly on one hand, these other issues that I talk about in terms of the government strategies have also complicated the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add something to that? Because I think it really goes beyond a single issue like poverty. I think what you often see, what you always see with groups like ISIS, is that they piggyback on existing conflicts. They piggyback on existing situations where you have weak or non-existing governments, long-standing grievances, where you have ethnic and religious fault lines, and where you have conflicts. Often conflicts already exist, and ISIS comes in, makes them worse, creates even more chaos, and then presents itself as the force of order that will create stability. And that's a formula that they have applied in Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan to some extent, in Libya. And unfortunately, of course, Africa is full of places where you have that basic situation. And that's why I always say that part of counterterrorism should also be conflict prevention in terms of preventing these conflicts from coming up in the first place, but then also preventing them from escalating in the way that I described, because that's really how ISIS gains a foothold. It's often not the cause of conflicts, but it jumps on existing conflicts and makes them worse.
And if I could just come in on this as well, I remember what an Algerian journalist said to me once, which was precisely the importance of a holistic response. Yes, we may need, in certain contexts, a military and security response, but certainly that needs to be one that respects international law. But we also need a response in the educational field. We also need a political and a sociological response, and a religious response, and a civil society response, and a response by the media. And I think that is, as has been outlined here, the most sensible approach. I also want to stress something that I heard from many people in Algeria who had survived the 1990s conflict between the state and the armed Islamic group and other jihadist groups. And they stressed to me that it's impossible to tackle terrorism effectively without taking on and challenging the ideology, the fundamentalist ideology that motivates that terrorism and that helps to recruit to that cause. And I know that that's often seen as very politically sensitive, but to me, that was also a very important takeaway from interviews that I did.
That's very interesting. I just wanted to pick up very quickly on a point that Dr. Newman made. When we talk about either Nigeria or Mali or other countries where you say that ISIS kind of exploits divisions that already exist, I mean, when we're thinking about ISIS, we think of this, I think in the public imagination, you think of the foreign fighters that come and exploit a local conflict. But I mean, in places like Nigeria and other parts of Western Africa and Northern Africa, are these homegrown jihadists essentially? Who are they from the area, or are they coming in to monopolize on that conflict? Can you just explain a little bit more about how ISIS and local groups interact and cooperate?
Well, I can speak maybe about my experience in Somalia, where I did interviews with former Al-Shabaab fighters, and it was quite clear, and I think this is probably true in a lot of other conflicts across the continent, that most of the people who join these groups are basically not fully radicalized in an ideological sense. They do join because they are fighting local battles. They are also being paid once the group holds territory. But of course, it makes a difference. And in all of these groups, there is an element, I cannot put an exact number of it, let's say 10% of them, who do provide a sort of ideological direction to it, and who do provide an ideological framework, and who do take it into certain directions that perhaps the foot soldiers wouldn't necessarily have taken the organization into. And so I think that's where the foreign fighters do make a difference. They do make a difference because they connect what seems to be like a local struggle to something that is much bigger than that, because they provide a narrative and a framework that completely changes what seems like a local conflict into something that has almost global proportions. That's certainly what I saw quite strongly in Somalia when I spent some time there.
Just because we have someone who specializes in Nigeria with us, and obviously it's the most populous state, populous country in Africa. I just want to go back to Nigeria quickly. I think kind of what isn't being covered, which is interesting there, is this the animosity between groups like ISIS and Boko Haram. I mean, could you talk to me a little bit about how it's been working in the last few months and years? I mean, you're seeing things now like ISIS taking over territory and land from Boko Haram, and then installing what seems to me to be quite caliphate-y local governance decisions, like taxing religious taxes for the wealthy, which aren't really. We're used to seeing that in places like Iraq and Syria for sure, where they make money that way. Could you talk to me a little bit about how Boko Haram and ISIS have been operating in northern?
By that, I assume you're talking about the ISWAP that just took away the leader of the Boko Haram version out of the way. I think having studied the trajectory of the jihadist movement, particularly the two factions over time, why Boko Haram, the Jahas, presented itself as a more brutal version of the two. I think the more dangerous one is ISWAP, and I'm going to tell you the reason. The reason is because they appeal to the conscience of the people and saying, come, government has failed in providing basic, in living up to the constitutional mandate of security of life and the welfare of the people. So you have a situation whereby ISIS is not just brutal. I mean, ISWAP is not just brutal on the community. ISWAP is presenting itself as an alternative governance actor to the state, and then taxing the local community, saying we are going to provide the basic health services, we are going to provide the basic responsibilities of government. ISWAP is presenting itself in such a way to serve as an alternative governance actor. And by the time they continue to secure the buy-in of the local people, you know that the violence that is going to be unleashed on the nation, on the captured territory, is going to be much more harrowing than what the Boko Haram, with all its letter strategy and everything that we have seen so far. Because this one tends to gain more popularity with the people, and then much more sophisticated because of international alliance as well, and then much more ideologically driven and grounded. So I think why government, if government decide to say, okay, we are dealing with two versions of jihadist group in Nigeria, for instance, now dealing with Boko Haram and then deploying military response strategies to tackle Boko Haram. Much more difficult for government is how it's going to deal with ISWAP, because these want to clearly replace government in the local community. And then when you look at the international fraternity that it has with more sophisticated group, government and the people should fear. And I think that is what we're dealing with in Nigeria now, which is very, very complicated. You have one that is brutal on one hand, and you have another one that is appealing to the local populace, and it's much more sophisticated than the brutal one itself.
That's a good point. If no one else had anything to add on Nigeria, I might ask a more general question about obviously the period when the caliphate was at its height in the Middle East from 2013, 14, 2017, before the SDF and Iraqi forces managed to destroy the caliphate. We saw a large number of either ISIS organized or ISIS inspired attacks in Western cities, which sort of instilled a lot of terror in it, and that guided the response that we had in the Middle East, I think. I don't know who's best to answer this, perhaps Dr. Newman, but I mean, do we think that the threats that these groups are going to pose are going to be much more localized in the future and less global, or do you think that we still, in the West, still do face a threat from these groups?
Well, so far they are much more localized, and I think that's to do with a couple of factors. The first is that in the case of the Syrian-Iraq situation, we had a very large number of Europeans, and I'm speaking about Europe now, actually going there and bringing back, to some extent, the idea of fighting for the so-called caliphate. There was a lot of propaganda in European languages, but also operatives in the case of the Paris attacks in November 2015 and other attacks, Brussels, for example, who'd been training in Syria and then sent back. We don't see that same kind of movement at the moment to conflicts in Africa, and certainly not the same kind of propaganda. I guess it's also because the so-called caliphate in Syria was ideologically speaking, a very important fight. It was something very significant for these people. And a lot of the local conflicts in Africa are not seen in the same way. They don't produce the same excitement. They don't produce the same propaganda. And of course, in many of these conflicts, you do not have the same degree also of Western involvement. I think they are all reasons why perhaps you don't have the same extent of focus on the West right now.
It's an interesting point you make about this refocusing of Western attention. I mean, obviously we've seen Biden in recent months indicating that he wants to be involved less in foreign conflicts, and Afghanistan is a great example of that. Do any of the panel think that the US sort of disengagement from conflicts, particularly where Al-Qaeda or jihadists are involved, do you think this sends a message to governments that are potentially tackling their own problems with that essentially America might not be there if it needs any counterterrorism support?
I would say this. I think that we need an international approach that views terrorism anywhere as being equally unacceptable to terrorism in Paris or New York. And I really worry that to some degree, it's only those killing Westerners that are seen as the problem, and ongoing killings in other places, including in Africa, are seen sort of as acceptable. And in fact, you can sort of be in the non-violent extremist category as long as you're only killing at home. And I think 9/11 should have taught us that the security of those in one place may be directly linked to the security of those on the other side of the world. And that's a lesson that we do not want to have to learn again.
If I may quickly add to this, why the recent experience in Afghanistan has thrown up a lot of question and agitation in the mind of the people. I think, like Professor Karima said, what is very important is that it's too early for us to draw certain conclusion about what role America is going to play in these unfolding realities in the days to come. But what I think the recent experience of COVID-19 has taught us is the fact that, and I still see that missing gap where even though heads of nations, G20, G7, Security Council, the United Nations continue to talk about the global terrorism, the same energy with which we talked about COVID-19, the same energy with which we pursue COVID-19 in flattening the curve, I think we also need such level of international response. No matter how, no matter the faults that we have found in the in addressing COVID-19, I think it is still the only recent global experience where you have heads of nations, countries, multinational agencies talking about one singular thing. And it might appear that maybe we think terrorism do not have the same, is not capable of policing the same scale of destruction. I think that would be a global deception. So we need to have that framework of thought. We need to think about how we are actually going to muster the same global response in tackling terrorism. Because if you tackle it in bits and pieces and you don't address the whole issue, a threat in Nigeria is going to be a threat to UK one day. A threat in Afghanistan is going to be a threat in China, because the relative peace that we have is that weapons of mass destruction has not gotten into the hand of these people. The day they get sophisticated and get to that level, then we know that we are going to get awakened to new realities. And I think America needs to continue to play that global role with other international alliances. And then one thing that I think we also need to put on the front burner is the fact that we also need to see the nexus between arms trafficking and this global terrorism and the jihadist group operation. It is very, very important, because once they cause their terrorist attack, they use weapons, they use arms. It is important that the international cooperation in tackling terrorism financing, arms trafficking is actually put on the front burner, because if they don't have access to some of these weapons, I think their activities is going to be less. But to the extent to which developed countries continue to manufacture arms and it continues to get into the hands of these people, the world will remain unsafe. Thank you.
Do you think that looking at your idea of pushing for a kind of a more global, unified, coordinated response? So far the efforts have been quite piecemeal. If you look at French, European, American efforts, have they achieved much in places like Mozambique and Mali? French forces have been stationed in Mali for almost a decade, and they've struggled to stem the expansion of territory that's been taken by groups like Al-Qaeda and affiliated groups. My question, I guess, is do you think French forces and other foreign forces actually have achieved much in the last decade in sub-Saharan Africa, any part of Africa, really? Can you give me any examples?
Well, my quick response to that is the fact that you are the one that is going to take the principal responsibility in securing your home. To the extent to which African leaders continue to rely on these countries for full military support and not ready to actually take their own bit of it, it's only going to be, the success is only going to be marginal. So you have a situation whereby in Burkina Faso, in Mali, of course, there are also entrenched interests. The reasons why these countries are present in places where they are present, we can also not underscore that, underemphasize that. But what is important is that, for instance, America is not going to come to Nigeria to come and help Nigeria to go to the war front. The only thing that America should do for Nigeria is to equip its military. To also not only do that, pay attention to issues of grievances that are actually driving people into engaging with all these terrorist and jihadist groups, which is very, very important. So those supports in terms of multiple blocks of engagement must be put in place. And then at the same time, the real work in terms of, if we want to talk about security response, the nations concerned must still take the primary responsibility in securing their territory, while these other powerful nations provide them with the necessary intelligence support in building their capacity. That is what is important. But when you look at the countries that you have mentioned in the recent time now, like Mali, it's also embroiled in issues of coup and counter-coup. These are creating an enabling environment for this jihadist group to actually fill the vacuum that is being created in the governance and then proliferation of ungoverned spaces. So the extent to which, for instance, France established the G5 security network, and then Mali, that is also at the center of this, is also embroiled in another coup and counter-coup issues. You know that the primary issues are going to be relegated to the background, while politics takes the show out of everything. And that is what we're having now, that is also causing multiple instability in those places. So you, like Peter Newman said, you have a number of things that these jihadist group are actually having a field day now, because of the multiple crises that is happening in these places. And to the extent that those continue to be sustained, then issues of counter-terrorism is going to be largely relegated or affected significantly and negatively.
And Professor Benoon, what do you see as the role of the United Nations in conflicts like this? I mean, obviously, I was based in Lebanon for 6 years, and I know UNIFIL has a huge presence on the Israeli border. You know, people say that their presence there has had a huge calming effect. Other people say it's just a natural shift in conflict between Israel and Lebanon, that there hasn't been anything recently. I mean, what do you think should be and should be the United Nations role in conflicts there?
Well, I think the United Nations has a significant role to play in responding to terrorism. I think some of this role has been fulfilled with the adoption of the UN's global counterterrorism strategy, the emphasis on human rights in that strategy, which is so critically important. I think that we need to see more response from the human rights actors in the UN human rights system. I'm very pleased that now we do have a UN Special Rapporteur on the protection of human rights while countering terrorism, who is able to carry out country visits and to issue reports about those visits, and a number of other special rapporteurs. I can tell you, for example, with the situation in Afghanistan, have been very engaged in these questions. But clearly, with the pandemic, as has been mentioned, the UN itself is also facing a very serious budget crisis, and I think that limits the effectiveness of its response. And that is a challenge that member states have to take up, because the role of the UN, precisely in playing that coordinating function that we have been talking about, is critically important.
And while I have you, ISIS and a lot of these groups, part of their modus operandi, if you like, is to destroy the sort of cultural heritage and preservation of these areas. In part, it works to kind of break these bonds between communities and traditions. What can we do? I mean, obviously Africa is home to a huge amount of cultural heritage that we need to protect. Are you worried about groups going after things like this?
I did a series of reports on fundamentalism, extremism, and cultural rights for the UN in 2017, one for the Human Rights Council and one for the General Assembly, that addressed many of these issues. And what I found is that there are really common themes across a range of fundamentalist and extremist movements around the world that really have an agenda of what I called cultural engineering, aiming at redesigning culture based on a very monolithic worldview, focusing on what they often call purity, policing culture, policing what they consider to be honor and modesty, claiming cultural superiority, sometimes imposing what they claim is an authentic culture, on the population for whom actually this imposition is experienced as very alien. So very often these groups are actually destroying and seeking to destroy both tangible cultural heritage, such as the mausoleums in northern Mali and the manuscripts, which are so historically important and part of the cultural heritage of humankind, but also attacking cultural practices, very often syncretic practices, which are merging perhaps Islam and local practice of religion and local cultural traditions. And so I think the defense of culture and of local cultures in all their diversities becomes a very important part of resistance to these groups, mobilizing cultural resistance. And it is very inspiring to see local people rally around that agenda. So for example, in northern Mali, where ordinary people were hiding very important historical manuscripts under the floorboards of their homes to protect them from the jihadist groups, where you had people, and I had the honor of interviewing some of these people who actually went out and protested when the jihadist groups began to destroy some of the very important mausoleums. In fact, I was able to interview one person whose father had been killed in such a demonstration. And so just as culture is a target of jihadist groups, I think it needs to be a focus of response and resistance. And what I argued in my report for the Human Rights Council is that policies that combat discrimination and the right to take part in cultural life, or that promote freedom of artistic expression and the right to education in accordance with international norms, are actually core aspects of combating fundamentalism and extremism. They're a core part of this holistic approach that we've been talking about. And we've seen a wide range of very important civil society initiatives in this regard. And taking one from the African continent, I think of a wonderful cultural center east of Algiers in Algeria, in a part of the country that was affected for many years by the presence of Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb. And there's a small cultural center called Afaq Horizons, which is running a range of programs, everything from a library to cultural programming, which are really some of the only cultural programs available in that area. They even have a very innovative women's beekeeping project. So they're literally trying to create alternatives for people. And I am not saying, of course, that this is an alternative to an effective security response, but it is a very essential complement. And so when governments curtail the space for this civil society, when they silence these voices in the creative and artistic sectors, they are actually undermining those who are a critical part of the response to extremist groups, as well as to the defense of human rights.
I mean, you talked a little bit about Mali, but are there any other good examples you can give us of either a strong civil society reaction to these jihadist groups that could maybe potentially be a model for others?
Thank you for that question, because I think it's such an important question to look at the role of civil society and also to learn from history. And I'll take another example from Algeria, where I in part grew up. And Algeria in the 1990s was afflicted by terrible terrorism against the civilian population by the armed groups. There were also abuses carried out by the authorities as part of the counter-terror response. But one of the critical turning points was the mobilization of civil society and ordinary people against the terrorist groups. And this happened in part because there had been a political opening in Algeria in the late 1980s. And so civil society had been able to begin to organize itself. And as the targeting of intellectuals began by the armed Islamic group, it was the women's movement that first went out and mobilized public protests, which Algeria had not seen very many of for some time then. And then as the killings in the civilian population expanded, ultimately these civil society groups were able to really generate massive protest against terrorism. And this played a critical role in shifting public opinion, so that, for example, when the armed Islamic group called for a boycott of schools in about 1996, the population utterly rejected that. And in fact, mothers would take their children to school and wait for them outside of the school, really in a show of defiance. And we need to learn from that history, I think of groups like Jazaa Iruna, the Algerian Association of Victims of Islamist Terrorism, that have tried to keep alive the memory of those days and the memory of those who have been lost. And again, it's not an alternative to an effective law-abiding security response, but it is a critically important complement.
Thank you very much. I speak as a journalist, a member of the media, who potentially haven't done a very good job over the last year or two, or during COVID, where everything, as I've talked about in this session, there's been a lot of concentration on COVID in the last year. I mean, do you think that this kind of media blind spot for what's happening in Western Africa and Northern Africa with the resurgence of extremists, do you think that because we don't cover it in the same breathless way that we did with what was happening in the Middle East, do you think that this gives, it sort of takes the pressure off governments a little bit? And what can the media do? To anyone.
Okay, let me talk a bit about the recent experience in Nigeria and particularly in the northwest part of the country. I think to a large extent, the media cannot be everywhere. And to be able to unearth some of these realities, you need serious engagement in terms of investigative journalism. So to the extent to which those areas also become unreachable, then the suffering of the people, it becomes very difficult to escalate it to international audience or interlocutors. So that is one. The second thing is also the fact that majority of the people who are caught up in these conflict zones where the jihadist group are actually unleashing terror on the people, they are people who I would describe as who affected by, blighted by poverty. And then when I talk about poverty in this regard, I'm not only talking about it in economic sense, I'm talking about the a 360-degree view of poverty. People who have no access to education, good quality education, so they don't know their right from. They don't know they don't know the rights that they have. They are not enlightened, and then they are primarily engaging or living in the agrarian communities where they are largely cut away from basic media tools that everybody that is living in the city might have access to. So to the extent to which they suffer some of these issues, it becomes difficult to be able to escalate the pains that they go through. So you have a situation whereby 50,000 persons are displaced from a rural community on the boundary of Nigeria and Niger Republic to Niger Republic. And then you don't get to hear about that until maybe 3 or 4 weeks after, where they've been living in very poor condition. So, and it's also very difficult for the media people to be able to access those places. And another thing that is very, very important is that when kinetic operation is going on, then you have a situation whereby telecommunication is cut off. So there is even no means of accessing those people, if at all, if you are able to access them. So you've had such experience in Zamfara State in Nigeria, in Kebbi State, in some part of Sokoto State in the recent time. And to the extent to which it becomes difficult to escalate this pain through the work of the media to national or global audience, the people continue to suffer. It is in few instances where you have opportunity of talking to the people. Maybe you meet them, maybe in conferences in Abuja, that they begin to open up on their plight that just a few weeks ago, bandits attacked a community in Zamfara State and killed 100 persons, for instance. I feel like, but this thing didn't make it to the media. So it's, in most of the cases, it's not that probably it is a deliberate effort on the part of the media to close a blind eye to those situations. It is just the external environment and realities that condition the media not to be able to cover those in some instances. And secondly, you also have some that are politically sensitive, particularly when you are moving towards the election. Definitely you are not going to, you have a party structure that you have a regime that is probably not going to allow itself to be painted in blue and black. So because to the extent to which those things make it to the media, then it makes the ineptitude of the government to become apparent to the people. And that can sway electoral outcomes. So once you continue to approach to the election cycle, you will definitely expect a situation whereby a lot of things for political sensitivity are not going to make it into the media. So it's a whole lot of issues that mix to create this reality whereby the pains of the people caught up in conflict is not properly escalated to global and international, national and global audience.
Sorry, go on, no, go.
Can I just say something perhaps a little bit provocative? I think that the reality is that outside of the sort of human rights, NGO, international community bubble, very few people in Western countries are interested in Africa. And very few people read articles about Africa. Like, very few people are like us on this panel. We read articles in the media about foreign countries just because we want to learn about these foreign countries. But Josie, that if you want to sell a story, you have to make it relevant to the readers. People in Britain read stories about foreign countries because they think it is relevant to them somehow. And in the past, unfortunately, terrorism has been an angle to make it relevant to people. Nowadays, very few people in Western countries believe that terrorism in Burkina Faso affects them in any way. In recent years, unfortunately, another angle has been migration. That's why a lot of countries in Africa got some coverage, because Europeans are afraid of these Africans coming to Europe, right? But if you don't use any of these angles, either migration or terrorism, it's very difficult to get a Western audience to be interested in the situation in Burkina Faso.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Sorry.
Yeah. But I think there's a responsibility to try anyway. And I think as an educator, we have responsibilities to interest young people and expose young people to these stories, because they may in fact be very interested, but not have the opportunity to come into contact with that information. And one thing I would ask the media to do here is to not treat the victims of mass casualty terrorism on the African continent as the so-called third world body count, just a sort of nameless, faceless statistic, to, as they have done with victims of terrorism in other regions, tell their stories. There's so many stories one could tell. I think about my childhood neighbor in Algeria, Shedli Hamza, who was a consultant for the UN's development program, who was killed in the 2007 bombing by Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb of UN headquarters. And he was someone who told me he made the conscious decision to stay in Algeria when he could have been elsewhere as a consumer of development, but he wanted to build opportunities for young people. And he in fact built a school in his spare time that is still running in Algiers. Or I think of the human rights lawyer Shukri Belaid, who was assassinated in neighboring Tunisia, and his wife, who went out the same day he was assassinated and led a protest against killings like that, and has become a critical force for working against violence. These names should be household names. And I think if we tell these stories, there is a greater possibility of interesting the international public. And there's really a moral obligation to tell these stories, like the stories of victims of terrorism anywhere else, so that we remember exactly what is at stake.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think we need to make more of an effort to creatively tell, not good news stories, but where, civil governance is working, for example, and tell the stories of how to successfully, how a village or how a town might have successfully combated insurgents and insurgency. I mean, it's funny because when I try and think of some very successful public pressure campaigns, the two that come to mind immediately are both the Chibok girls in Nigeria and also Joseph Kony. I mean, those were two that were revolved around issues in Africa, but somehow captured the public imagination. And I guess it's our job as media to try and figure out how to tell these stories while engaging people and not making it feel like it's something that's happening, thousands of miles away.
And I think I would add to that by saying that perhaps it would be even better sort of to cover conflicts before they become like huge conflicts, to cover countries where you see tensions, where you see ethnic and religious fault lines, grievances, weak governance, and so to get the international community engaged in issues before they escalate into a situation where, in fact, only a military response will be the obvious solution, where, to kind of raise attention and create awareness where other instruments of influence may actually have a greater effect than just the military.
And you're right, not waiting until something is a crisis to cover it, because then our understanding starts from the moment of the crisis, and we don't know what precipitated that, and that in turn means that we don't know how to respond to it.
Well, if you have a crisis, then the only sort of solution is a violent or a military solution, right? So ideally, you start before it gets to that point, so that a wider range of instruments is still available and an option.
So I think I want to quickly make, this is very, very fascinating. And then I just want to cite an example about how I think the narrative about what happens in these conflict zones should be portrayed in the media. So I give you an example of an experience I had in Maiduguri. The first time I traveled to Maiduguri, northeastern part of Nigeria, as somebody living in Abuja, working on civil-military relations, it's a normal thing that if you tell anybody you are going to Maiduguri, it's like probably you are committing suicide, and then they feel like, why should you go there? What do you want to go and do there? So the first day I landed in Maiduguri, I was expecting that the street will be deserted. There will be no people on the street by 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. But on 10 p.m., people were still living their normal life and everything. And it created an impression in me that when I go back to Abuja, I started talking to a few media friends that I think it might be good for us to also share the positive narrative that is coming up in these places. People are still going to school. People are still doing their regular social engagements. They are still doing sport. There are pockets of good experiences that are coming out. That is not just about dark experiences, dark news. 20 persons have been bombed, 30 persons have been killed, 50,000 people have been displaced. We empathize with those people. But I think to create a balanced narrative, it's also good to look for pockets of positive experiences, no matter how small they are, to also tell those stories. And I think the media probably has not done enough in that regard, because perhaps because positive news don't really sell. But I think if we do critical introspection, it might be good to also see the ways through which media can engage positive stories that come from these bad or conflict affected zones.
Can I just say how important I think that point is? I wrote a book called Your Fatwa Does Not Apply Here, which includes stories of Muslims and people of Muslim heritage in many countries, in many regions, working against fundamentalists and extremists. And one thing that I said, and maybe it seems like an anachronistic example now, but what a shame it is that everyone knows who Osama bin Laden was, but how few people know of all of those standing up to the bin Ladens and the would-be bin Ladens in their contexts. And that's something that we absolutely have to change. We need to know the stories of people like Sabine Mahmood, who ran the T2F Cultural Center in Karachi, Pakistan. She was trying to create a civil society space where people could come and debate very difficult issues like the blasphemy laws. And she said to me, you know, what may be obvious to you is not obvious to someone else. You need that time and that space to be able to change people's minds. And she very tragically was actually killed by a young jihadist who had attended some events at her center, but her center has been kept alive by other advocates. And we absolutely need to tell those stories and remember those people. And I remember a wonderful story from Kenya of people refusing to tell terrorists who the Muslims or the Christians were on a particular bus that was targeted by a jihadist group, that all of those people stood together so that no one could be separated and targeted as a non-Muslim. Let's tell those positive stories.
That's a very important point. Thank you so much for making it. But just to conclude, because I know we're running out of time, I'd love to ask each of you from either from your specialisms or just from your own personal interest, which which country do you think that we should be concentrating on, or would you like us to see more concentration on? Whether it be that we think that this is an emerging threat, or we think this is a positive example of something. I'd love to hear just very quickly from each of you, which country you think deserves more attention, or and how and for what reason.
Well, if no one else is starting, I'd say Mozambique is a conflict that's been escalating steadily for the past 2 years. It's very underreported. That's not entirely the fault of journalists. It's very difficult to get to northern Mozambique and to provide footage from there. But that's certainly a conflict that I see, unfortunately, going on for some time, and potentially even be spreading to neighboring countries. So I would like to see more coverage and more attention to that conflict.
Well, I think for me, the obvious response is the fact that we should be concerned about countries that are quiet but vulnerable now. And if what one has read in the recent time shows any cause for worry, I would say you should be concerned about countries like Senegal, who that appears like everything is normal on the real sense of it. You should be concerned about because we are seeing a situation whereby these groups are morphing into all kinds of groups and then penetrating some of these countries by virtue of some level of intelligence report that is available to us. And I think largely we should be concerned about countries that have also been engulfed in this crisis. We should be concerned about countries like Nigeria of over 200 million people, where the Islamic State is bent on creating a foothold. And then you should also be concerned about the countries like Cameroon, where you have multiple crises fueling instability. You have separatist agitation, then
I think we've frozen a bit there.
And Boko Haram is.
Thank you so much for that. And lastly, Professor Vanoon.
I completely agree about what has been said about Mozambique. I think also the level of the brutality that was shown to the civilian population by the armed groups, beheadings, public beheadings, killing of children in front of their parents even, that has been reported, and also what is at stake in the north of the country in terms of that being a oil producing region, and the fragility of the state in confronting those groups. I hope that Mozambique gets much more attention. But I also would return to what I said earlier about the need to learn from the past. I would encourage people to look at the experience of Algeria in the 1990s, where many difficult lessons were learned. And I think, if we don't learn the lessons of the past, as I said, we're going to be condemned to have to learn them over again. And that is a terrible shame.
Thank you for that ending note. And I want to thank you so much to the panel for such a spirited debate on such an interesting topic. And thank you so much as well to our audience for tuning in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was another engaging panel, discussion on dynamics of security and development in Africa, moderated by Ms. Josie Enser. I'm now honored to introduce Senator Joseph Donnelly, who will offer closing remarks for the Global Security Forum 2021.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Joe Donnelly, Chairman of the Board for the Soufan Center, the organizer of this forum, along with key partners, including Qatar International Academy for Security Studies, Hamad bin Khalifa University, Ari Nev Trust, New America Foundation, Defense One, Nordic Safe Cities, the Soufan Group, Qatar Airways, and the United Nations Counterterrorism Executive Director. Wow, what a list of organizations. And it is growing each year, reflecting the growing breadth and reach of the Soufan Center's work. I would like to thank you for joining us at this year's Global Security Forum. We are getting closer to where we were before COVID-19. This year, we've been in a hybrid format with a great many of our amazing speakers in Doha. I wish I was there with you all right now. Nonetheless, I'd like to thank the government of the state of Qatar for their support in fostering a space for the open and honest exchange of ideas. Many of you may recall joining us here in Doha at the forum on returning foreign terrorist fighters. Our inaugural forum in 2018 gathered government officials, policymakers, and subject matter experts from around the world and across multiple sectors to focus on the challenge of returning foreign terrorist fighters. In 2019, we convened ministers, ambassadors, intelligence analysts, and human rights experts to address the security threat of modern disinformation. And last year, we convened online to discuss the topic of world disorder and how to manage security challenges in an increasingly complex landscape. Despite the pandemic, thousands joined our sessions, and it was on the critical issues shaping our rapidly changing world. This year, we've expanded on these previous forums by exploring the topic, cooperation or competition, changing dynamics of global security. We've built on previous forums by assembling the sharpest minds from government, the private sector, and nonprofit worlds. In light of these 3 days of insights, I would be remiss in not noting that the Soufan Center has published numerous products and reports that underscore just how difficult cooperation can be in a fast-moving international environment, but at the same time offered concrete and action-oriented recommendations for policy and practice, focusing on the change we can make. In spring 2021, the Soufan Center published a data-driven report on QAnon and why third-party actors are weaponizing conspiracy theories to drive wedges within society. This was in addition to comprehensive reports about Iran, terrorism in Southwest or Southeast Asia, and civic engagement and resistance movements in the Arab world. In September 2021, the Soufan Center published a report on Al-Qaeda, which highlighted the group's diminishment. Yet the report was also clear-eyed in emphasizing that much more remains to be done if the scourge of international terrorism is to be kept in check. Just last week, the center published a report on violent far-right movements in the United States and the United Kingdom. This report was the outcome of a project between the Soufan Center and the Ari Nev Trust. And between all this, TSC has innovated and created a new format for publications, the Issue Brief. The Issue Brief is aimed at policymakers and practitioners addressing crucial gaps in responding to an evolving security threat. So far, these have focused on addressing extreme right-wing terrorism, prosecuting terrorist crimes, and challenges surrounding the financing of terrorism. Despite the ongoing pandemic, the Soufan Center has stepped up its virtual programming with a series of webinars that have been widely viewed. In fact, many of you have been part of these sessions. Inevitably, the Soufan Center's recommendations touch on the need for cooperation. No one government, company, or individual has the capacity to fight extremist groups, the spread of infectious diseases, or disinformation. Success in tackling these issues requires cooperation, not a go-it-alone approach. Many of you watching online, and those of you in Doha, often serve as the inspiration for these ideas and policy recommendations that often figure so centrally in the Soufan Center's work. Now, through the exchanges here in Doha, you will continue to inspire each other to solve society's most vexing problems. The forum's organizers assembled an all-world cast from government, academia, Silicon Valley, Hollywood, journalism, and think tanks to deliver keynote speeches and fireside chats. At the same time, the forum's discussion panels offered new approaches to thinking about and responding to regional and national security challenges, evaluated the impact of disinformation, examined COVID-19's impact on international cooperation, and the rise of far-right extremism across the globe. Please use the ideas and lessons from this gathering as you engage with colleagues to solve the world's problems. And remember, it is easier to achieve change through cooperation than it is through competition. That's my takeaway from the brilliant minds who attended this year's forum. Thank you so much. And once again, thank you to our gracious hosts, speakers, and partners. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Senator Donnelly, for your closing remarks. On behalf of the Soufan Center, thank you all for joining us, both to those who joined us in person in Doha and to the thousands of participants who joined us virtually. We would especially like to thank our wonderful speakers for sharing their unique insights with us all, as well as to thank our partners. This concludes the 2021 Global Security Forum. We wish you all safe travels, and we will see you next year.